Talker on mute, dude. Talker on mute, dude. Hey, how you guys doing? Welcome back. Hope you had a fabulous weekend. I hope you went to liturgy. How's it going? Yeah, we're going to look at this today. I think it should be coming out soon. If not, we'll wait around a little bit. That's fine. I got a couple of videos to review. Thank you for all your kind prayers and comments for Meg Bob. She's recovering pretty well. We did have a little bit of scare yesterday. Was it yesterday? So she has like, I don't know if you guys ever had repair, like surgery repair, they sometimes leave like what's called on cue, and they drip basically like Rivacaine or something to numb the nerve. But apparently Meg Bob absorbs all of it, and so her lung actually, she stopped, like her breathing shut down, so we had to rush to the ER. It was really scary actually. So so we figured that out. Apparently you can't put the pump up to like 8, or her entire body consumes it. Frightening. All right, look, it's live. Perfect timing. Let's do this. Make sure you guys hit the goals. I don't have mustache oil to sell. I don't do any ad reads. You're looking at it. It's just you guys. So make sure you support the channel. Hit those goals. Pay your taxes. And by the way, thank you for Meg Bob. You know what that deserves? That deserves, Christian, one of my new thank yous. Thank you so very much for doing business. I do business on the sidewalk. There you go. That's for you guys. That was for you guys. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Thank you so very much for doing business. I do business on the sidewalk. Thank you so much, Kevin. Huge super chat kicks off the goal. Thank you so much. All right, let's look at Jardar Meanie Pants. Okay. We're going to do this right. Hopefully with enough commentary. I don't know if Tucky shuts this stuff down. I guess we'll find out. I think I can talk enough about, like, you know what I mean? I think I can talk over it enough, annoyingly. You know what I mean? Perfect. There's 2 more. So, chats that get 50 and above, you guys get special, Kevin. You guys get special attention from Kevin. All right. I don't know.
J. Dyer, thank you very much for doing this. I have a lot of questions to ask you, but I want to begin with orthodoxy. You are one of the most visible and maybe effective evangelists for orthodoxy, Christian orthodoxy, certainly in your age cohort, maybe in the country.
Totally.
You're Orthodox. Why are you Orthodox? What is orthodoxy?
I'm Orthodox because I went through a long journey trying to figure out what authentic Christianity is. And so I was raised Baptist. That took me eventually into Catholicism when I was about 20, 21, I think. I read St. Augustine's City of God. I read a bunch of his other works. And I thought, well, Baptist isn't right.
I also noticed that you have a new haircut that makes you look like a pony.
Right, because I'm finding in the church fathers all these
You actually kind of look like a masculine pony.
teachings that are not Baptist. And so that kind of gradually took me in
You ever hear the song Wild Horses? I don't know why your haircut reminds me of that song.
the realm of traditional Roman Catholicism. Did that for a long time. And as you get into, I think, the more recent problems of Vatican II, post-Vatican II theology, that led me to the question of how do I reconcile this with what I know the first 1,000 years of Christianity teaches. So long story short, it took me about 8 or 10 years. I finally came to the Orthodox Church about 10 years ago. So that's the simplest, quickest reason is because I think
first 1,000 years of Christianity, I think to most modern Christians, certainly American Christians, that's like a black hole. What does that even mean? The first 1,000 years of Christianity.
It's an area that we're not taught. I know that when I went to college, the only thing that we talked about from that whole period was like Augustine's Confessions and maybe one other book or two.
And we have something called the Dark Ages, and nothing happens.
Nothing about Byzantium.
It didn't even exist. And then like, these people called the Medicis make a ton of money in Italy and start funding beautiful art. And that.
I wanted to ask you if you'd be upset if I matched your haircut.
It's the beginning of civilization.
So I remember
once you had Christian civilization.
The most successful empire in history is the Byzantine Empire, from Constantine all the way up until.
Am I back? Am I back? Am I back, guys? Did you guys hear me? It said I got disconnected for a second. Are you guys with me? Yes or no? Are you guys with me? Okay.
The fall of Byzantium to the Muslims. So,
why do you say it's the most successful?
It's a common sort of academic assessment, just in terms of they flourished on a gold standard for a really long time. They started clipping the gold, money clipping, like the Roman Empire in the West had done before them, and other empires. So they fell prey to usury as well.
Yep.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Dude, Jay, what are you trying to get banned already?
So they fell to a lot of.
Go ahead. You're allowed to say Jews. You're allowed to say Jews on this network.
The same issues that empires tend to fall to.
Human weakness. And
also rabid nationalism had a tendency to break down empires as well. I like Spengler, and I think if you read Oswald Spengler, he talks about how there's kind of a life cycle. But I think the unique aspect of the Byzantine Empire was that it was
43. Can we just look at this? 43 months, this guy. Thank you so much. Wow. An aristocrat. 43 months. You guys got to be more like that guy.
Christian, based on Orthodox Christianity. And so in many metrics of what it is to be successful or flourishing, it flourished. But it did fall. And I think, again, I'm not trying to measure Christianity just on worldly success, but I do think it does play out in that way at times, right? If you're really based around Christ, if your theology or civilization is logocentric, then it's going to play out that way. You're just
stream clipping. Is it? Just refresh, see if that happens. I don't know. I know it's kind of hot where I am. I don't know if sometimes that affects the internet. So reload the stream.
Going to prosper because you're aligned with what's true. You're aligned with that transcendent source.
Right.
So anyway, for me.
Another one, 42 months, Column Rock. Aristocrat. Shout out to my aristocrats.
That journey ended up being eventually Orthodox Christianity.
But just really quick, back to the Byzantine Empire. Did you know it existed before? How many people are aware that there was a Byzantine Empire and know anything about its outlines?
Not many people in the West. Again, there is a very clear, especially if you take humanities courses, the way they're constructed in college and maybe even younger private type schools. Like you go from, you do the pre-Socratics, you do Plato and Aristotle, and then you do Augustine, maybe a Stoic or two, and then you jump to Descartes. So you skip that whole period. And not just to say Byzantium, but also, the Latin West was, explicitly Christian as well. I think it's intentionally overlooked. They don't want people reading what brilliant thinkers were doing in the Middle Ages, because this is where we get universities. Universities come out of Byzantium, they come out of the West. So do hospitals. So some of these very fundamental, science itself actually comes out of that whole period. So, but we are taught, we think that, no, these are all post-Enlightenment, post-scientific revolution developments. They're not, they're medieval developments. So a lot of that's suppressed. A lot of that I had to kind of just read and learn on my own.
I mean, medieval is an adjective, but also an epithet that's medieval.
Like by design.
Drawing and quartering somebody. It's Dark Ages. They were dark. Like
that's all Voltaire. That's all sort of an atheistic.
I believe they call them ages of color now. I'm totally fine calling them ages of color.
French Revolutionary attack on what?
Something with the interwebs. Am I back? OBS Studio reconnecting. OBS Studio reconnecting. OBS Studio reconnecting. Am I reconnected? Reconnection successful. Thank you. Thank you.
Studying philosophy and history, and then debating with those guys, and then coming to my own conclusions about that stuff through just reading. So
interesting. I keep interrupting your story.
No,
so that led you to Orthodoxy.
Long story short, roundabout way. I went from traditional Catholicism in my 20s to eventually. I took about 8 to 10 years to study Orthodox stuff pretty intensely.
Amazing.
So that's what Christianity is. Those two doctrines are the key sort of linchpin that it all hangs on. So the first I know you just had a guy on talking about evangelical Zionism.
Sorry, Jay, I don't want to minimize your backstory, but I want to get to the juicy stuff.
And dispensational theology, because that theology is sort of based around an imminent, end of the world type scenario, you sort of retreat and you're not able to create a vibrant cultural effect of Christianity. That's by design. People figured that out. They were very cunning.
You're kind of based.
A few centuries ago, they realized that that's the kind of Christianity that could be useful.
Thank you, Rusty. Appreciate
that theology, which I'm not an expert in, but have heard a lot about in the last couple of years, is so totally incompatible with what the New Testament actually.
Who would have ever guessed Tucky would have a KGB agent on? Well, everyone predicted it. I mean, they're going to go nuts over this. Now, I mean, obviously, the whole Charlie Kirk thing and all that stuff is taking all the attention. But if we were to go back to a previous narrative, I mean, people would really get crazy about this one.
Actually says that it makes you wonder, like, what kind of church could fall for that? And it would be a church with a pretty thin theology and right, and a structure that couldn't do anything about apostasy.
And it's also antithetical to the Christianity of the first 1,000 years. And the reason I keep saying the first 1,000 years is that that's not just where we get these doctrines of the Trinity and who Jesus is formulated, but we also get the Bible. The Bible itself comes out of decisions of church fathers centuries after the apostles.
Totally.
Yes.
Totally.
So if we're going to have a church or a religion
100%.
based on the Bible, we really already truncate Christianity, because the Bible itself in our ethos is a liturgical document. It's actually...
This is actually timely too, because I think it was Alex Malpass. He's gathering material, I think, of Jay to do sort of a philosophy summary or whatever. So this will be good for everyone who wants to attack Jay.
Part of a liturgy. It's not a personal devotional book primarily. So to divorce it from that context, divorce it from the community that produced it, is what produces sort of aberrant, truncated versions of the religion that make it susceptible to princes, foreign governments, NGOs.
Jay's paid by Qatar. Well, I don't know if he's paid, unless you're talking about paid in suit jackets.
Those think tanks, foundations, they become...
This Russian agent isn't shilling hard enough for Putin.
For real.
Bingo.
For real. Come on, man.
Essentially tools of soft power, which is what I think much of the evangelical Protestant world today, not indicting the individuals, but the groups, the denominations, they're very easily bought off. For example, very wealthy families in the West, about 100 years ago, were able to buy off many of the mainline Protestant denominations and turn them into effectively NGOs. Just one example, the Rockefellers, and they're not the only family, but they're one of the families that invested very...
That's amazing. I have to pretend that I don't already know this.
...heavily in not just the UN, but also the World Council of Churches, to create a sort of a supra-international version of the UN that would be for religions. And they were very explicit in their biographies about how this was to basically make it kind of an NGO. So make Christianity...
Short mullet. I like to call it like a pony mane. That's what when I get that haircut at my local shop, I say, I basically tell the lady, can you make me look like a pony, a masculine pony? And it actually suits him quite well.
Into kind of a form of soft power for American...
It sort of suits, it kind of suits me, but I end up looking like, I don't know, like one of those midget horses. Like, I still feel like kind of tough with it, but it's just like, if I could see myself, because we have different views of how we occur to people than how we actually occur to people. I think when you zoom out, I just look like one of those midget horses.
American interests, really oligarchical interests.
Strong pony.
And that's
strong pony, nice.
One of the weak points, I would say, of Protestant theology, evangelical theology, is that it's very susceptible to that. Not to say that the Roman Catholic Church or even amongst the Orthodox Church there aren't people that are susceptible to the same types of subversion, but I think it's a lot more difficult when you have an ancient, historic type of church that has certain...
Well, Putin already emailed me. He actually texted me. We do one of those FaceTime things, and he said, "You're pretty cool. That's actually why you're on my show."
Structural integrity and normativity to it,
right?
That Billy Bob Strip Mall Church, right, doesn't have.
Imagine this
of like the end. I know that a lot of Protestants would say, well, we like it.
What about
what is Calvinism?
Orthodoxy struck you as non-Calvinist? Like, what are the differences, the big differences?
So, Calvinism is not just predestination and the sort of strict soteriology or salvation doctrines. It's also iconoclasm, which ends up, I think, affecting one's view of art and aesthetics.
Idol smashing?
Correct. And I was a very avid sort of iconoclastic Calvinist when I was young.
Jay.
It's also very...
I want to see that footage, dude. I want to see his early, 2000s footage on a camcorder being like, dude, that's totally idolatry, man. Dude. He still has a really low voice and he's 20. He's like, you guys are worshiping images right now. Byzantium emperor ascending and spreading incense to millions. Yeah, glory to God. And this is perfect timing, honestly. Now, you might say, oh, this is a long time coming. Jay should have been up on some of these channels and for a while now. But, it's almost like God's providence. It's like right now there's a massive shift toward orthodoxy in the West. God willing, America will be orthodox. And this is actually an ideal time, even though, he deserved to be on this level of talking, platforms for a while. It's almost it's better this way.
Rigid in terms of its view of social structure, church and state. The more I read the church fathers, the more I got into that kind of a theology, I realized.
Also, Jay had to work on his patience maxing too. So, he had to prepare for this.
That's that Calvinistic sort of republicanism doesn't really match up with Byzantine imperialism or monarchy, the traditional views of the church's take on governance.
The Byzantine Empire is a theocracy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, pretty much. What's interesting is that there are spheres, right? So you have basically, think about the Byzantine double-headed eagle. That symbol is one body of the people, but church and state as two separate heads. So there's spheres of authority, but one body that they share, which is the people. So, and then the West, to a degree, had this until the Middle Ages when you get sort of a rise of the 11th century papacy, which becomes also the state. So you get a papal states and a sort of a...
Is that music distracting? I have it on pretty low. I want to muddy up the content just to try to avoid strikes. I don't know if this works, but someone told me if you have music in the background sort of chopping it up a tiny bit, it kind of helps.
Under Pope Dictatus Papae is the famous document that says the church is also a state now. But until that time, the norm was church and state sort of working in unison. Symphonia is what it's called in the Greek. So that's what I had to grapple with. But Calvinism really doesn't see it that way. It's more like it favors republicanism. There were famous battles between, in England, for example, the Presbyterians and the monarchists. So they actually had a huge fight within the history of the English Reformation as to whether they would be Anglican sort of monarchists or whether they would be Presbyterian Republican Calvinists. So that was a famous Reformation battle. But long story short, again, Calvinism, I think, is just, it's antithetical to the first 1,000 years of Christianity, not so much because of those.
Yeah, he tells his own parents, this is so low tier, dude. This is embarrassing.
Or cultural issues. It's also Christologically errant in that the whole idea of what salvation is ultimately one's legal standing in terms of what's called justification by faith alone or penal substitutionary atonement. This idea that you're justified by God through a sort of notional acceptance of a set of ideas, and then God's attitude towards you changes. So it's
propositional Christianity.
Dispositional, but it's not focused on an actual ontological change in the person. Orthodox theology is very different. God's disposition.
It's basically like Hogwarts, Harry Potter theology, where you actually say a couple of things, and then the saying of the propositions, changes God's attitude toward you, and you're like, oh wow, nice work, great work you did there. I see you've been studying your spells.
Position is based not on purely legal stance, but on your actual ontological change. So a metaphysical change in you versus a dispositional attitude. So maybe we don't get too heavy into philosophy, but
I do want to. What's the difference between the two?
Basically, there's an idea in the Middle Ages called nominalism. Have you heard that?
Yes.
Okay, so nominalism is the idea that there are only names to things, not essences. So there's no human nature, there's no dog nature. When we talk about natures or classes or sets of things, we're not giving a an ontological or metaphysical status. We're just simply classing things together linguistically in a set. The Middle Ages and the ancient world, the time of Paul or the church fathers, they thought very differently. They thought that things have natures. They have
How are you so smart?
essences. And so the words aren't just terms or nominal nameism. They actually describe what's really there in them metaphysically. Okay.
Right, and this is like a problem where you take Christianity as pure symbolism, like Marty Leeds or something like this. I know you're listening, Marty Leeds, you little witch. You male witch. Where everything gets reduced to sort of like a notion. Well, orthodoxy, as many of you know in the chat already, makes sense of both the immaterial and the material, the visible and the invisible. Shout out to the Nicene Creed. The metaphysics actually bridges together materiality and immateriality. So it's not one or the other. You don't reject, in a Gnostic view, you don't reject matter and the world. Oh, we're here to escape. God is gives us the opportunity to escape this terrible world or something like this. No. Through matter, we participate. There's something actual, not concrete, but actual in existence from a Orthodox Christian perspective. And then, everything else that's not Orthodox basically falls apart because of their broken metaphysics. Went to my first Divine Liturgy, a big $50. Thank you so much, Anthony. Went to liturgy yesterday. Been watching you, Cleve, Andrew, Alex, and Jay for a good while. Finally took the plunge. Here's my appreciation. Intend to keep going. Beautiful. I love to hear that. In fact, you know who else loves to hear that? Woohoo! Thank you so much. Your confirmation code, please write down P. I have 3 of these. So anybody who's any chat over $50, because I usually do this.
Holy cow! That is a big super chat!
Which I have to keep that stream deck asset forever. It's so good. But I mean, Kevin from the department, you got to hear from Kevin.
Okay. So there is human nature. And in Orthodox theology, Christ assumes...
Who would deny that?
In the Middle Ages, it begins with people like William of Ockham. So Ockham is the first nominalist.
Stupid.
And
The man with the razor.
exactly, he's known for that. And he challenges some kind of established ideas of like essential. It's called essentialism, that things have essences.
I used Occam's razor this morning. Still have the burn. Stupid joke.
And so he also goes up against this idea of universals, that there's no such thing as a universal class or essence of a thing. And that had been kind of the norm since Plato and Aristotle as well. But so you get a denial of essentialism and essences, and then you get another guy named Gabriel Bile, and he's very influential on Martin Luther. And so when the Reformation kicks off, there's this debate about how...
you're like talking about like duct bile? Like stomach bile? I mean, what a weird name that is.
Could you be called righteous if you're not in fact righteous? So if as a human being you are, menstrual rags, as Isaiah says, as the Reformer said, then how could God call you righteous without being a liar?
Menstrual rags. Wow.
Well, enter in nominalism, and nominalism is able to say, because things don't have actually have essences. They
Jay Dyer, what is a menstrual rag?
just have names. And so if God calls you that, you are that legally, even though in actual fact you're wicked. So that was, and Luther was very...
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was distracted by your excellent coat. Could you get me one of those? I went to an Orthodox church for the first time yesterday. Glory to God. Plan on going back next Sunday. Beautiful. Beautiful, Corbin. Thank you so much. It's my favorite kind of chat. It beats every other chat. Oh, Jim Bob, you're funny. Thanks for helping me out. You helped me pass the day. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But if you say you went to liturgy, trumps everything. What are those rags?
To utilize that nominalistic approach. And by the way, this is not just my theory. There's famous Lutheran scholars. There's a book called Harvest of Medieval Theology by Heiko Obermann. And the whole thesis of that book by Luther.
I don't mean to insult you by any means, but are you autistic? I don't know how you store all of that. I mean, how many wrinkles do you have in your brain?
Is that Luther had
how
to
do you
use
know so many
nominalism.
things?
So we're also though moving away not just from theological squabbles, but the idea that things have natures. And this is how we get to David Hume and Kant and these Enlightenment figures, which give us the scientific revolution supposedly. this is how we get to there's no male and female. So you can see kind of the logical train here. If things don't have essences, well, then they don't actually have genders, right?
Yeah, there's no universals. There's nothing real about a universal. It's just a fiction. And all you have are these particulars, which is a contradiction, by the way. You know, once you say particulars exists, the only way you can refer to a particular thing, even a particular male or female, you're already basically deploying something you're rejecting. That's why nominalism is so horrifying. That's why evolution is basically only possible as a concept if you start with this nominal approach.
Objectively, because everything's just a name. So I can just name myself he, him, or z, it, right? I'm not trying to go too fast or too far in the sense of like theology, but I'm saying there is an ideological sort of progression that you can get from nominalism to where we are now with postmodernism, and then with essentially,
It's interesting that an adult.
It's interesting. Yesterday you were hunting with me, and you got a little nauseous when we cut open the deer. I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you. Everyone's first time. Haven't you ever seen Red Dawn? We can't drink blood, right? Because when I first invited you to the cabin, I knew that you would come hunting with me. I didn't know whether or not it's something that you're not allowed to do under the Orthodox view. Drink elk blood. Can you drink elk blood? What is that? What is a penis? J. Dyer, what is a penis? What is that?
Could believe in something like that. I mean, having lived your life, known people, known animals, seen nature, and arrived at the conclusion that nothing.
What is that? Rachel?
Has an essence.
Eric
Everything
beat
is
me
just
to
what we
it.
call it. Like that flies in the face of your experience. It has to, right?
what's that saying that you have to be an academic to be really stupid?
Yeah,
right?
I guess that's right.
Yeah. To be indoctrinated into believing some sort. I remember Terence McKenna. Do you remember the psychonaut Terence McKenna? I remember reading it one time, and he said something like,
this is all just magical thinking, you know. This, if you take the shroom, you're going to see that things don't have essences, that things just have names, and you just change the name.
and I'm like, that
That actually sounds exactly like the demon that tickled me. That's uncanny.
that's the gender idea right there.
Christians ought to be.
What is that?
And everything about him I like, but that is impossible to defend. So the understanding of salvation that preceded the Reformation was that people had to be.
Are you trying to be funny? No, I don't have to try to be funny. Are you trying to be here? Out of here! You're out of here. See how easy that was? You don't have to be here, dude.
Changed in their essence in order to be saved.
Yes. So there's an actual participation in what Orthodox theology calls the uncreated energies. So we believe that God has infinite divine energies and operations, attributes, as it's called in the West. And for Orthodox theology, and this is the patristic teaching as well, we participate in that. So we're not just changing a legal status, we're actually participating in the life of God himself, which when you go back and you read the New Testament, you're like, oh, actually, well, that makes more sense, because Jesus says in John 17 that he came to give us a share in the glory that he had with the Father before the foundation of the world. So divine glory can't be a creature. And so Jesus is equating grace with divine glory. So unless you think God has created parts, which would be polytheism or some form of idolatry, uncreated grace has to be a reality that's a participable thing.
Well, Jesus promises that the Holy Spirit will flow into people and change them.
Right.
And that
He also promised us a church, which I'm still not a part of somehow.
happens.
Spirit's not a creature, because then you would be anti-Trinitarian. So absolutely, this is why Peter says in his epistle, right, that we become partakers of the divine nature. So very strong language in the New Testament and the epistles for what we call theosis in the Orthodox Church. Paul says, for example, in Thessalonians, that it is the dunamis, or the power of God, that is at work in him. So the actual power of God, which can't be a created thing or created grace, which unfortunately, even in Latin Roman Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, created grace becomes a normative thing, where what you're getting is just another form of created. The Orthodox Church is saying, no, the incarnation itself tells us that the uncreated united itself to human nature in the incarnation, and that Jesus deified the human nature that he assumed with his own immortality, grace, and uncreated energy.
The role of the Bible in the Protestant world versus the Orthodox world, you described it this way. I think you said in Protestant Christianity, the Bible is seen as like a tool, as a guide. Of course, the guide, the only guide really, and it is a devotional.
Yeah.
But in the Orthodox Church, it's a liturgical
Thank you so much, Planet
document.
Tour.
Correct.
What does that mean?
The Torgos has to do with the Greek word of offering, or offering of thanks, offering of praise. But it's also in the Hebrew.
Let's get into secret
Who are the
societies.
Rosicrucians?
This was an Enlightenment era secret society of sorts,
Read
which in the 1600s, 1700s, there was a lot of these that were popping up everywhere. 'Cause you still had,
I know.
in Protestant countries, you had certain laws that would, and in Catholic countries as well, they would forbid participation in secret societies. They would forbid, practicing of the occult in various ways. But you also had court alchemists and people that would kind of, like John Dee, he was the court astrologer to the Queen. So they would kind of do these things on the
I
down
don't know
low
if he does
secretly,
at this
and so
point.
you get a rise of these secret societies.
I don't know if he does, actually. He seems like he just kind of, he's like, whatever. Just going to run with it.
Also had a very interesting confluence of Hermetic and Kabbalistic groups that were popping up, particularly Spanish rabbis that were very popular in Spain seemed to be involved in some of the rise of Kabbalistic influence in the West. And that, I think...
Clanktar debate, thank you. I think I made it too long. No, not that one was long. The other one was long. The TikTok. I got to break up the TikTok stuff into like 10 minutes. I made an hour of it. I got overexcited. But the debate thing is actually doing quite well. I appreciate you guys watching it and sharing it because it's bringing in all the evotards, which is good, and it's getting a lot of views. For my channel, it's a lot of views in a couple days.
Contributes in part to the Rosicrucians, who, according to, there's a great book by Dame Frances Yates called Rosicrucian Enlightenment. She actually argues that the Enlightenment itself was heavily influenced by Rosicrucian ideology. So they were Neoplatonists, they were into magic, alchemy, so they were really interested in the idea of transmuting metals, into the Philosopher's Stone, which some people thought was...
Is there something wrong with that? I was doing that all week.
a real thing you could do, and others thought, well, that's just an allegory for how to undergo transformation into your better self, or to become God in the literal sense, not in the sense of Orthodox theology, but... So all of these sort of different strains and strands
But basically,
in the
you're
Hermetic
describing
world.
witchcraft.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah,
Huh.
a form of it. But again, that's all very diverse.
wanted to be a
I think in the case of John Dee, for example, he's the first 007. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. So the 007, which is two balls and a cane, which is two-bull cane, that's how John Dee would sign his secret letters to the Queen.
John Dee, I bought a huge volume. I realized that I didn't have the capacity or knowledge to read through it, but I also sent it to David Patrick Harry. So, wild stuff though. The whole volume is filled with like all of his like scribbles and stuff. Wild guy. I couldn't grasp it all though. It was beyond me. Also, it's just a massive volume. So I hope one day, maybe you guys should pester David Patrick Harry about that, because he does have the books. So he can do a deep dive. So Jay says, thanks for cover. Of course, man. Congratulations on this. I was just saying that even though you were due to be on these larger platforms a long time ago, it's almost beautiful that with the trend toward orthodoxy, that it happens at this point.
Because he was one of the influences on James Bond. So that's where we get 007 from. That's and Ian Fleming consciously took that from John Dee. But my thesis, and other people think this as well, is that when he created this sort of magical angel language that he called Enochian after Enoch, it was just a way to do spy codes and ciphers. It wasn't. I mean, he might have actually done some.
And now we have Marty Leeds
rituals, but it was also very useful as a tool for sending messages to Elizabeth that other people couldn't decode.
Inflation makes credit card statements particularly scary.
Fact.
So in the Orthodox tradition in the church, the Bible is read aloud.
Yeah.
It's the best.
Are Orthodox encouraged to read the Bible on their own?
Sure. I mean, St. John Chrysostom actually said famously that the laity have more need of reading the scriptures than even the monks or the priests, because monks and priests live in the liturgy, which, for those that don't know, in the Orthodox Church, basically every aspect of the liturgy and the liturgical calendar is Bible. It is scripture constantly. It's like every aspect of it. And so Chrysostom's argument was laity need to be in the Bible more than they do because they live it. So if you're not in the liturgy all the time, like those.
This is like such a good sort of paradigm shift when you're talking to the Protestants in the heterodox world, because they really don't have a concept that of a liturgical life, that liturgy is just another thing that, another denomination is doing as a practice. Oh, you guys do that. And when you get into orthodoxy, you start to develop a very deep appreciation and understanding that the liturgy is still reflective, that you bring the liturgy in a sense in your life. Your life becomes liturgical. They don't, and you could see why, because all their presuppositions have them separate tradition from the Bible. You can't. In fact, trying to separate the Bible from tradition, is itself a broken tradition at its core. It's already assuming some kind of anti-tradition tradition. It's like anarchy. It's like, oh, we're going to do anarchy, the anti-government thing. And you're like, is that a positive structure? Do you have to maintain anarchy? Okay. It's like you're in a performative contradiction. This is the best interview I've ever seen. And the young, powerful black woman. Finally. Yeah. I don't know if Jay does at least one snap and a head movement. I'm glad Tucker isn't just talking to white dudes anymore. On the next episode, the ghost of Lindsey Graham. Lord of mercy, Lindsey Graham. I know you like Disney a lot.
Those people are. The best substitute is the little church, which Chrysostom calls the house. So the household is, in the Orthodox idea, kind of a little mini church. So absolutely, we got to be in the Bible all the time. And that shows that we're not.
Yeah, they don't have monastics. They don't have saints. They don't even have a church history. I mean, let's face it. Their church history starts, what, in the 1500 or something?
Anti-Bible, like a lot of sort of Protestant evangelicals think.
So one of the reasons there was a Reformation in the first place is because the Catholic Church over time began to hide the Bible from Christians, and it was not published in the local language in Europe. It was in Latin. It was the Vulgate, and Luther's great breakthrough was to publish it in German, to translate it himself into German. Did the Orthodox Church do the same?
Yes. In fact, this is one of the differences between the pre-Vatican II Roman Church and the Orthodox Church, is that the Orthodox always put it in the vernacular. Everything. The liturgy, homilies, they're supposed to be in the vernacular of the people. In fact, the Vulgate itself was originally the vulgar Bible. It was the Bible of the people. And so, yeah, I think there was an element to where the Latin Church, the Roman Church, had just sort of solidified into a kind of a tradition that, and it's not inherently wrong to maintain that linguistic heritage, but it's also possible to put it in the vernacular for the people.
Thank you for Texas.
I mean, that's the whole idea behind translating the Bible into, the languages of the people so that they can understand it. But that is one of the differences pre-Vatican II. But interestingly, after Vatican II, there were both Protestant and Orthodox influences on the reforms of the Roman Catholic Church, and thus Rome then became emphasizing that.
This dude's smart.
They began to emphasize the vernacular after Vatican II.
You said you were an iconoclast, a smasher of idols. Orthodoxy famously incorporates icons, paintings on wood, into its worship.
Speaking of, I start my super intense iconography course next week. I'll keep you guys posted on that. I'm excited and slightly nervous.
What is that?
This is, again, a huge misunderstanding that we believe is part of proto-Christianity. Right. It's part of Hebrew proto-Christianity. So when you go back to the Book of Kings, when you go to the Book of Exodus, and you see the way that the tabernacle and then later the temple are described, they are tremendously ornate. You've got gold images of angels, and you've got the Ark of the Covenant with, angelic imagery on it. So we don't believe that real Old Testament Christianity or Old Testament.
You don't know if Rogan, we'll have Jay on. Rogan is a Freemason, is he? I don't. Can you verify that? They don't usually platform non-Freemasons. I don't think that would be the reason. Honestly, I think the reason Jay isn't on Joe Rogan or hasn't been or might not be in the future, it's possible, but is that his focus is very in depth, and I don't think Joe Rogan could really participate in it other than being like, oh, that's crazy, man. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't think Joe Rogan has the capacity to even process a lot of what Jay's saying.
Judaism, you could say.
And it's not even an insult, because I would say a lot of people can. It's very it's in depth. It's dense.
Not rabbinic Judaism. We think that's something different that developed in the 4th and 5th century.
What is something different?
Yeah. But proto-Christian.
Caleb, Rogan. Yeah, I think Valerie, she's got a focus on Andrew for the last couple of weeks. So I think she's saying he's a Freemason. That's the passive way of her saying that.
Christianity or the Hebrew tradition was not iconoclastic. They were against idols, but not all imagery. In fact, and this is something that really changed my mind when I was Calvinist. If you think about it, the Bible is a book, but
too bad, Jay, you can't change your mind if you're Calvinist.
Words are just iconographic versions of images. They're a type of image.
Of course.
And
when am I going to be? I've said this before. Whatever I am, I don't even know. Whatever I am doesn't fit somehow on these things. This is like for people who have information, like information knowledge. I don't really have that, honestly. I'm a bit of a dope with recollection of things and saying facts and things like this. I don't know what, you know what I'm saying? Like, what would I do? What would I do? Maybe talk about memes. That's really all I can do. I don't think Joe Rogan, I don't know where people get that from.
And so the more I thought about
written word,
I don't think Joe Rogan has the time or the willpower to be a Freemason actively. You have to go. You have to do stuff as a Freemason. You have to meet up and go to the cabins or whatever. Cabins?
Jimothy Booby, I'm watching the beginning of your stream. I'm a time-traveling poppy head.
That's true. Thank you. Evolution, that's a good one. Yeah, I'd have to get a little bit more underneath me as far as because people are like, well, why are we listening to this guy? He's not in biology. A lot of times what happens is you need some sort of credentials in the field that you're talking about, and then you could talk oppositionally in that field. I don't have that. I'm not going to get that. It doesn't matter in a sense if I can destroy the assumptions under the evolutionary view in real time. You kind of need then he studied it and he was an evolution proponent and then he turned and he had a change of heart or whatever. It's I don't have that either underneath me. So
yeah. The more I thought about that, it's well, you can't actually say all images are bad because
so you drew
capital
so you drew this meme. Amazing.
FATHER, that's a type of an image. In the Orthodox Church, we don't typically image.
Who? Oh, it's this girl Valerie. She's been on it for a while, Rachel. She's been really going.
God the Father. We think that, as Jesus says in the book of John to the Pharisees, he says, no one has seen the Father at any time. And he's quizzing the Pharisees there because he's saying, so who do you think Moses was interacting with on Mount Sinai if no one saw the Father? Because it says Moses saw God face to face. Jesus is basically saying, I was talking to Moses. I'm God. That's why the Pharisees want to stone him in that chapter, because he's saying he's the face of God that was interacting with Moses. So this is why the book of Colossians, the book of Hebrews call Jesus the icon, I-K-O-N in the Greek, the image of the Father. And this enrages the Pharisees. So we think that iconography,
which is funny because a lot of low tier people accuse Eastern Orthodox as being the Pharisees from some stupid approach, they're doing things and they're guarding the faith and they make rules and this kind of stuff. It's no, I mean, looking at like Jay just said, looking at it from this approach, that we're in opposition to that.
Directly flows out of the incarnation, the Son being the image of the Father. Thus, throughout the early church, you have the development of the liturgy, even in the 1st and 2nd century. And this has been shown through archaeological evidence, through people who study liturgy. They're called liturgists. Even Protestant Anglican liturgists note that the early church had altars, they had imagery, even synagogues in the 1st and 2nd century. One of the famous cases is the Dura Europa synagogue in Syria. I think it's from the early 200s.
Why don't I invite those? I could. I think I have to also earn them too. I'm a little aggressive for their taste, I think. I try to at least debate some of the theist or proclaimed Christian evolution proponents. They don't really like to do it, though.
It's lined with images, paintings of Old Testament scenes and imagery. So the Orthodox Church, if you look at the Dyer Europa synagogue, is the most natural development of if Christianity was going to open up to the Gentiles and it was coming out of the temple and synagogue liturgical system, is exactly what it would look like. It would look like an Orthodox church, and lo and behold, that's what Orthodox churches look like. And by the way, I remember 2023, my priest, who's a great Russian Orthodox priest, Father Vladimir, he took us on a pilgrimage to Italy.
Dude, your priest's name is Vladimir? Lucky.
And I was like, why are we going to Italy? That's not Rome. Well, there's 1,000 years of Christianity, prior to the rise of the medieval papacy in Italy. And there's tons of Orthodox places that you could go to, right, in Italy. And so we went to the catacombs in Rome. And lo and behold, when the Christians were persecuted and they're underground in the catacombs in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century. By the way, you could never see all the catacombs. Like, we spent a whole day just in one of the catacombs in Rome. There's altars, there's images that they painted in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century. So even the catacomb church had liturgy, had imagery. Plenty of examples of this. The church fathers also write about it as well. So those are huge, I would say, differences between. And remember, the people couldn't read back then.
Why don't I debate? I already answered this, bro. I want to, for abortion, because it's murder, why would I debate that murder's wrong? What I said before, ethical pickle, and I'll say it again, and you can pretend like I didn't say it the first time, you troll. Stop trolling. I already answered this question. Because I want to skip the debate and I just want to enforce it. I don't want to debate abortion. I want to make it illegal. Debating in some senses, you guys, debating, and I get that in a debate you can sway someone to vote in a certain, but if you're on the side of abortion is murder, you shouldn't really be debating, because you're not going to debate with psychopathic feminists who already killed like 5 of their own children. You have to just make it illegal with force. Debating is negotiating. No, we don't. Why would you negotiate? Ethical pickle. You're out of Jortlandia. Goodbye.
Most of the Roman Empire was illiterate. So when they would go to these services in the catacombs or wherever, they would be hearing the word of God. That's why Peter says, this is the word of God which was preached to you. Paul says to Timothy, pass on.
Yeah, I know. David Wood's going to definitely be like, did you catch that? His priest's name is Vladimir.
All the things that you heard
Say
from
no
me in the
more.
presence of many witnesses. So,
say no more. Because there's so many choice debates. Dude, what did I just say? Get out of here. You're not listening to me. Shut up. I just told you. It's a non-negotiable position. Who are you debating? People who think it's okay to kill babies. Listen to yourself. It's like debating the pagans. It's like debating. It's like we're dealing with the Canaanites. And we're all like, hey, well, I know, do you think we maybe should debate, maybe let's go over there and put up a tent. Let's do a change my mind tent. And maybe the Canaanites will show up and we'll get some good clips of them. No, I'm done with that, man. Debating gives almost a soft legitimacy. Yeah, I agree with that. There's certain things that make sense, Chaw, to debate. There's like different political, there's like a spheres. Like there's a solid thing in the middle that you can't change. Like you stay firm on. And you kind of like, there's like these concentric circles around that. There's like categories of policy. And I don't know if they're objective, like, but just to visualize it, where you can start debating some things. But abortion, dude? No, it should be completely seen as murder.
So that oral teaching, that oral hearing of the liturgical worship was the norm. And then one of the things that really cracked it for me as a Protestant when I left Protestantism was when I learned that.
Darth, thank you so much for the 20. We don't negotiate with... Yeah, it literally is. It's like sickening. It's sickening that there's even a right wing or a center, close center right wing that's like, well, no, I think we should debate it. It's the, what does Ben Shapiro call it? The marketplace of ideas. Look, if you want to abort, I'm against abortion, but, the debate is really not about abortion. The debate is whether or not your theological view should be implemented into law. That is something the founding fathers were fundamentally, potentially against. That's what makes them so amazing. Look, there's a number of things that people are doing to completely destroy the guts and the structure and the skeleton of America today, and the people and the decency. But I would literally die, and by die I mean your children die. I would literally nominate your children to die, so that those people who are enemies to this country could invade the country from within and have it rot to its core. It's a fundamentally, it's an American principle. that what we do here, the value of America, is that we allow poison from the inside to take over. And it's antithetical to freedom to cut out that poison. You almost slipped into the Florida gay Ben Shapiro there. That's the future, I think. Florida gay Shapiro.
By the way, I learned this from evangelical scholars. One of the things that developed the canon of the scripture itself, in terms of like how the church decided what books go in, which ones don't, was what's called the lectionaries. Lectionaries are the daily liturgical readings in the churches. So when the church fathers were having these councils and they were meeting, and the canon of scripture doesn't actually get solidified, at least for the Orthodox Church, until the 6th and 7th century, they would say, okay, which ones do we have a tradition that says Paul wrote or Matthew wrote?
As long as it's legal.
Which ones are in the daily lectionaries? And if you're a Protestant...
Look, I'm totally opposed, to abortion and all that, so as long as it's done legally.
You believe in sola scriptura, the idea that liturgy and liturgical tradition play this huge role in the determination of the canon make it very difficult to say that, we're based on scripture alone. Sola scriptura.
Now, this is one thing debate is good with. Today, because of the debates, shout out to everyone who's debated against sola scriptura. Jay's been doing it for years. But more recently, Alex Soren, shout out to Alex Soren, who's really showcasing how absurd it truly is and how you can't defend it. So that's all dying. And also the age of Protestants who would hold this Bible alone view, they're dying, literally dying. That generation's dying. And so what you have is this massive new cascade, a wave, glory to God, of young men and women coming to Orthodoxy. And by the way, the recent excommunication in Catholicism is going to help Orthodoxy a lot.
So Orthodoxy is not based on just the Bible?
No, we would say the Orthodox Church is based on the idea of apostolic succession, that the apostles appointed successors in various bishoprics and sees throughout the Roman Empire. It's based on the tradition, which could include the lives of the saints. It could include liturgy. It could include all kinds of rites of the church fathers, canons of the councils. Those are traditions, and the Bible. So all of those elements go into what the basis of the Orthodox Church is. Whereas in the Protestant world, you have elected elders
out of your
or something
mind, when you just read the scriptures.
That's right, Chad.
Just read the scriptures.
That's right, Chad.
What are the practical differences as a weekly communicant in an Orthodox church? How is that different from being a Catholic or Protestant?
Well, certainly we would have more similarities to a Roman Catholic than most Protestants or evangelicals. There might be a high church Protestant or Anglican communion that would have some similarities with Orthodox Church, but I think, for the Orthodox world, fasting is a lot more integrated into what we do than most.
Fasting?
Yeah. There's a lot of fasting days in the Orthodox Church calendar.
Well, what does that mean?
What does that mean? I'm pretty sure, colloquially, it means that you don't eat fruit snacks, which is never going to happen in my lifetime. They're so good.
Just abstaining from certain foods. Lent is a little more rigorous for the Orthodox than it is for...
Why fasting?
Well, we think that Jesus and the apostles and people like John the Baptist kind of set the tone for retaining an element of asceticism in the church. So obviously some people could take that to the extreme. We're not Hindu yogis, sitting out under a tree trying to roll around in poop or whatever, but
Thank you so very much for doing business. I do business on the sidewalk.
We do think there is virtue in training the body to be subject to the will so that the body's desires and passions don't control us. So that's why fasting has an important role. Basically learning to control the passions is what that's part of.
Yeah, and people sometimes from the outside world, they think fasting is just this legalistic thing where you have a list of things, and the list, to avoid the list, is the most important, as opposed to the larger view, which is you could basically fast from all of the things on your list and still participate in falling to your fleshly desires or your appetites, even if it's not on the list, by the way, just so you know. So it's people sometimes don't grasp that. They're like, oh, you have a list of things? Oh, that's going to be hard. I really like steak. And it's it's much deeper than that.
How often do you fast?
I am not the best at fasting because I have a really weird gut microbiome issues, so I don't fast as much as I should. It's very challenging. But there's also people that there's nuances for medical issues. But the Orthodox Church fasts quite a bit, usually from various meats and stuff like that. But it's not just fasting that's different. I think for the Orthodox Church, it's not just about food. Fasting is also almsgiving, because you're sort of, it's self-denial that's not just about diet. It's also you, for example.
Since the religion you described was originally tethered to a government, an empire, how has becoming Orthodox changed your view of government and its role?
That's an interesting question. When I was a Calvinist, I was more like a sort of libertarian, get the state out of everything.
It is the religion of libertarianism, isn't it?
But as I got more into historic Christianity, I started to realize that, well, maybe republicanism isn't like the highest form of government. Like maybe it's not necessarily the best. And I'd never read any critiques of, Republican governance and whatnot, but it turns out there've been, quite a few people, especially after scientific revolution, there were conservatives and right-wingers who were writing pretty, I would say, substantial critiques of republicanism. I think even members of royal families were writing pretty good critiques of.
Well, naturally.
Yeah. They have a vested interest in probably that, right?
But I mean, no. But
is that your foot touching me?
There were liberal, in the best sense, minded people who believed in inalienable rights, who argued that a Republican form of government, self-government, democracy, would devolve into tyranny.
Tyranny. I feel like that's not even the threat, honestly. I mean, obviously, Jay's about to. He just took a deep breath, but let me get my lower tier summary out before his higher tier. The threat of democracy coming to a more pure form and creating some version of a totalitarian government, direct democracy, even with some of the inhibitors to that, some of the protectors and firewalls against direct democracy, I think people are starting to see that that's not even the ultimate threat itself. Because a lot of, sorry about that freeze frame, Jay. Look like you're about to sneeze. A lot of our daily life as parents is some form of authoritarian position. A law is authoritarian. The church is, in a sense, authoritarian. Not to say that it can control what exactly you do, but it's a guardrail for sure, that you don't just say, oh, no guardrails. We're not, like Alex presented in all of his debates, a sovereign citizen. So, that's why this false dialectic that we're experiencing, basically the crashing of, I believe, which is it's been for so long. Ever since you guys could remember, I think about it, it's been so long where it's always been the left wing wants to control things and the right wing's about liberty, and they try to take over the government and we stay at a distance, and that's why we're better and they're worse. That's obviously insufficient for a maintained society, okay? It's obviously not working.
True. Plato wrote even back in his day that, and he was, of course, a proponent of republicanism, but he wrote that the more decentralized in the sense of democracy, he didn't like democracy at all. He thought that would eventually lead to mobocracy and the rule of the passions, because the oligarch in that type of a democratic setting has the incentive to appeal to.
Oh, I also want to shout out to Mike, Def Leppard, who's been following me for years. Actually met him in Vegas at Jay's event where I did some stand-up there. He was just baptized this last Sunday or Saturday, Mike, I forgot. He sent me great pictures, though. So,
to the biggest number
God
at
bless
the
you.
lowest basis, lowest common denominator, and then it becomes incumbent upon him to really play on the passions of the mob. So why not debase the people, because they're easier to control, the mob? So there's an incentive that even.
I don't know why it triggered. It didn't trigger me. I literally asked, "Is that true?" I literally said, "Valerie, is that true?" I don't know that that's true. You think that's triggering? Why are women like this? So anytime someone responds to you when you say something, then it must be triggering. Because all I said was, I don't think he is, actually. This proves orthodoxy. Electric Bike, you got nothing, bro. Your career as a debater has been over for a long time. You have no ecclesiology. You got no metaphysics. You got no practice. You have no physical, visible church You got nothing. You just got you and your bike. I'm sorry.
Plato noticed back then.
I think he writes in the Republic, if this happens, they're going to legalize weed.
They're going to legalize everything to do with butt stuff.
Yep.
So it becomes fake and gay.
What is butt stuff?
So he sought, I think, in various ways, even as a pagan philosopher, to try to figure out some way to have.
And you were telling Rachel, I was telling, just ban this lady. You just need attention. Go call your dad, Valerie. We're not here we're not here to buy what your vending machine, okay? Get out of here. It's so boring. It's just like bickering. Shut up. Shut up. Go get a tea. Go have some honey. Take a spoonful of honey.
Society based on sort of objective,
Get out of here.
Mathematical principles. By the end of the Republic, it's sort of like you get the impression that he thinks that you need to go study mathematics on the top of a mountain.
Whatever. Yeah, get out of here. You're annoying. You're like a 9th grade chick, dude. Lady. You're like a 9th grader. And then Chad came in, and after the Chad, and then she was a cheerleader, and she went, shut up.
For 20 years, and then you come back and then you sort of instantiate mathematical form.
Go get embarrassed. Look, he's the one who said he wouldn't debate me. I asked for a public debate on a massive platform, by the way. He could have embarrassed me on a massive platform, but he said no. You know what's embarrassing? Someone saying that their own brain doesn't have the proper function for reasoning. That was embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Forms into the society.
Thank you, Church of Eternal Logos. Appreciate the raid.
And it's interesting because later on, by the end of his life, he seems to progress towards more of like a secret society type of governance because he has this.
Peter Thiel.
I think I'm going for memory, maybe Symposium or the other one, but he argues that there's this
That's
Council
funny.
of Night in IGHT, which is a governance board of like spy chiefs.
Yep.
And so they meet at night because the public's too stupid to know what's going on. So, which is just weird because it reminds me of like, I remember reading something about Kissinger talking about the wise men and like, it's like Plato's talking about like Henry Kissinger's form of like secret governance.
And then we devolved to the level of Jeffrey
The
Epstein.
rise of
Yeah,
online
exactly.
debates.
Orthodoxy, I mean, a lot you just said I didn't know because I know so little about Orthodoxy. I knew nothing about it 3 or 4 years ago. Now it seems, I don't know, ascendant, but it certainly seems popular. Why is that?
The internet, has an interest.
Janitor Dave. Dave's he's an embarrassment. People who are pro-evolution and atheists don't even like Professor Dave.
Seeing positive and negative effect it can have on all these domains. So I think in one way, I started looking at apologetic stuff around 2000, 2001. And back then it was, you would listen to people's cassette tapes. You would listen to a little MP3 on Windows Media Amp or whatever. But now it's everywhere,
Dave is a professor of logic. No, he's not. He's just a YouTuber.
The debate sphere, which is something that kind of grew, not just from me, but I mean, other people like, Crowder used to go do this sort of come convince me, debate people. And then Ben Shapiro would go debate the, college kids, the purple-haired weirdos. So that's a lot of low-hanging fruit that like Ben Shapiro would do. But there also sort of accidentally almost came about a pretty intense 10 years or so of online religious debating.
Gibbons? No, nasty little Gibbons. Both of those, Valkai, Gibbons, they won't talk about evolution. Now they'll have this other dude on, Will Duffy. They'll have him on to do sort of like a pseudo, he's getting taught by Gutsit Gibbons and all this stuff. He doesn't really push back aggressively. And so they're like, no, I won't defend evolution. Their condition was that to have a debate about evolution, it needs to be a debate about creation versus evolution, which is just a way out of dealing with the time. Like that means that if you come to the table and try to affirm evolution against cross-examination, you limit your time and then you go into a totally different category. They're not even the same category. It's actually not even it's a false dichotomy anyway. So really annoying. Because you'd think if they were so clear about evolution, they would just defend evolution.
Which again, it just sort of happened. It wasn't something that I planned to do or anyone planned. It was just, I remember years ago,
Nasty
somebody
little
said,
dudes.
hey, would you debate this atheist guy? He was a libertarian guy. I was like, yeah, sure. So we did it on a whim. Then another guy, hey, would you debate this other, French Canadian atheist guy? Yeah, sure. And then it sort of snowballs into, a pretty regular.
Will Duffy is a subvert. I met him at Nashville. He congratulated me on my morning debate against Planet Peterson. But the trend that I see with that guy is that he comes oppositional to a certain view, and then he does this thing where he learns, and then he's like, oh, now it makes sense. It's like a thing. It's like a thing. You come in oppositional, and then you get humbled, and then you come around, right? It's a process. And I don't even think you have to be paid to do that. I think you can just do that, and there's like a niche for it. It's like this, like, oh, I was lost, now I'm found, and maybe other people who are lost can be found. He wanted to do music. There's actually some pretty cringe music of him out there. What is there even to defend? They don't even have testable results. It's like asking someone to defend Harry Potter. It's true. They can't test anything.
Thing of doing online religious political debates has gotten very popular throughout many outlets. And I think that is a huge contributor because, especially if you're a young guy who's interested in ideas, you want to debate your ideas, you want to have them challenged, you want to know if your position is solid or if it's weak. The older you get, the less you want to do that. People tend to be, sort of solidified into their views. But younger guys are more interested in that. So
That's
I think
when you buy a cable package.
but I think that it's very natural, I think, to people in the West to do that, to debate their ideas. It's not a feature necessarily of every other society to debate their ideas.
That's for sure. And increasingly, it's not a feature of our society.
Exactly.
We were talking at breakfast. You were a debate participant champion in school.
Mm-hmm.
I was too. That was normal. I don't know, normal, but it wasn't as
It
weird.
wasn't seen as weird. Yeah.
No. Now I don't even know that exists. I don't.
It exists on the internet, so people are gonna.
The kids
do
in
it.
schools are not encouraged to debate, right?
No, in fact, I remember years ago when I was doing undergrad and then grad school, they were already sort of trying to phase that out because we had a debate team when I was in undergrad. And then by the time I was in grad school, there was no debate team anymore. It didn't exist.
Right, because the premium was on obedience at that point.
Yeah, because they don't want you critically thinking through your positions because then you might notice patterns which are not amenable to the status quo.
Patterns?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Nicely put. That's absolutely right. So, but people have been on the internet debating religion, and orthodoxy's gotten a hearing for the first time, maybe ever in American history.
Yeah.
And the result is,
I think it's not the only contributor, but it did play a huge role in the rise of Orthodox converts in the last 5, 6, 7 years for sure. And again, all of that I guess is providential because again, nobody in our sphere, our circles planned to do this. We thought it would be fun to do. I do a lot of different things. I don't just debate. So it's just sort of one of the side things I enjoyed to do at times. Mm-hmm. And that ended up, for whatever reason, being a lot more popular than I would have expected. So, we've debated many of the top atheists, Muslims. Jews are not huge on doing apologetics. They don't evangelize. So there's only been a few Jewish guys that even wanted to debate.
It's Rabbi Tovia Singer, Jay. Do you want to debate Rabbi Tovia Singer?
Talking about political debates, feminist debates.
Jay, you're running from Tovia Singer. Because Jay Dyer, I love the debate Jay Dyer, but he's running from Tovia Singer. He's running from Tovia Singer at the moment. He's running from Tovia Singer. Tovia Singer is the last of them. He will debate you, he will debate all your friends. Tovia Singer is a scary, scary guy. Jay Dyer is afraid of Tovia. Oi!
That should get the super chat goal up a little bit.
That have been pretty big. I mean, in terms of viewership.
He's a good debater. He does hold his own. He is awful to look at, though. Look, I'm a vain person, okay? Admittedly. Lord have mercy. But Tovia Singer is he's only levels below Shmuley by not much. Not that much.
Yep. So I think that
Who are the most fun if you had to pick a Muslim atheist feminist?
they actually have a lot of similarities, believe it or not, between. Muslims are not very fun to debate. I wouldn't say that they're the most fun. I mean, atheists can be fun because they get really triggered with certain entailments, but probably the funnest debates are some of the more idiotic cult types of people. They actually end up being very comedic. So I do a lot of comedic stuff. So when we debate cult leaders, which we've debated several.
Yeah, like Captain Tesseract or whatever his name is. Dude, that was funny.
Those tend to be really funny. So they're the most entertaining.
Are there any atheists left in the United States? Is that there was a new atheism movement?
There was
Hitchens.
that was very popular in 2000s, and I kind of think they ran out of steam. As the worse things got in the West, the less appealing atheism was because it has no explanatory power. So when people start, especially after COVID and all that up, like people noticed, okay, there's some really evil shit going on in the world. I mean, like we need some explanation, and these guys are basically saying there is no explanation, nothing means anything, right? So atheism kind of loses steam. A lot of the youth,
It can't build anything. Atheism can't build anything. It's literally a blank, and that they think that's the positive part about it. They're like, you and your Christianity and this positive positions on things. You see, we have the better position because it's literally a non-position. Wow, great work.
atheists that were big YouTubers just kind of petered out. One of them was sticking bananas in his butt, and they just like, who cares? That's gross.
Yeah.
Weird stuff.
Bananas. It's amazing.
So, and then other
Booga booga.
ones end up like marrying dudes that are women. So people begin to see like this has nothing to offer.
I remember vividly someone telling me that Sam Harris, the famous atheist, was like really, really smart. He's really smart. And I listened to Sam Harris once. I thought, it's not smart at all. Like if that's like our standards, I think have changed. Maybe.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Lawrence was like the last dingleberry, and he just, IP completely, wiped the floor. He didn't even know it. The guy was like,
I think they've gotten higher.
Yeah.
Well, remember when people said Sam Harris was smart?
Oh yeah. In fact, I mean, I think the tail end of that period was those debates with Jordan Peterson, and Peterson was really critiquing
Dude, what's my
atheist presuppositions. I felt like he could have even gone harder on those guys because they were already sort of losing the ground publicly. But even Jordan Peterson's just sort of simple lines of questioning. Well, how do you know that? What's that mean?
Is he gone? Is he in a sarcophagus? I don't know. I haven't heard from him. I used to text him all the time. We used to play Wordle together.
Even that wasn't enough really to like help. Like the atheists didn't have even enough response to sort of basic internal critiques, which is a very effective way of debating and doing worldview debates, is to do an internal critique where you show the fundamental contradictions within another person's worldview.
Yes.
That is one of the most devastating ways to go about debates. And I think Peterson was aware enough to do that with those guys, whether it's Sam Harris or Matt Dillahunty or any of the atheists, that was kind of the nail in the coffin for the atheists. Then we had COVID, and then people were just like, all right, we need an explanation for freaking demons.
Yeah.
These guys say there aren't demons. Obviously, there's Epstein demonic level shit going on. So probably God exists, right?
So have you ever been tickled by a demon? Jay Dyer.
I think that's literally the path for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think that's actually what happened for a lot of people.
And isn't it interesting that some of these high-level so-called atheists are flying with Jeffrey Epstein and going to?
Well, sure, and have religious level devotion to all kinds of stupid causes. So like they're the most religious people of all.
Exactly, but I even wonder at times, like, are they even atheists? Maybe they have other kinds of commitments.
Of course not. I mean, I look at Sam Harris infrequently, but whenever I run across Sam Harris, he seems like a full-blown religious fanatic to me. His religion is whatever it is, humanism or Zionism or whatever, but his...
Yeah, and then he has mindfulness. So Sam Harris is all like, everything is just like neurological phenomenon, but we have to be mindful. And you're like, what are you talking about? Mindful? Imagine telling chemistry to be mindful. You're like, oh, you have to be mindful. Imagine chemistry telling anything, saying anything. Have you ever seen pure chemistry talk? What I find confusing is some try to use neuroscience to say, see, this proves materialism. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but even if we were to fully understand the brain, that wouldn't give you the knower. Yes, that's exactly right, Kern. Yep. The knower. Yep.
Remove the guy in chat saying Forrest Valkai deep throats Megan.
Yes, well, I'm, that's what my wrenches are for, but sometimes they miss. My wrenches. Hello, wrenches? Can we ban people who are perverse, please? Thank you.
His commitment to it is instantly recognizable as religious faith to me, right?
Yeah, I think, the approach that I take to a lot of those debates is worldview based. And that what that means is that it's not primarily one side stacking up evidences versus the other side stacking evidences and which one, weight. Yeah. It's more so analyzing our fundamental commitments or our paradigm through which we interpret the world. That's a lot more effective if you can destroy the person's paradigm for getting them to actually change their mind.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of the threads that connects everything first I would say you've been thinking about faith in a serious way much longer than most people your age. I think this was a pretty secular country, or I thought it was. But you were thinking about this stuff early, and maybe that's why you have an advantage over a lot of us. But
they don't understand the difference between the brain and the mind. Well, they don't have a justification or an ontology for the mind. So, they don't understand it, but they don't even have a distinction. They can't actually give a distinction. It's impossible from their view. When Jay destroys Jake, will that finally be the last Islamic apologetics? No, there's Korra now, Kung Fu Joe. The irony is that their best upcoming debater is a 19-year-old Muslim who's dressed like Sub-Zero. That's what they got, right?
I've now concluded that everything is a manifestation of religious faith. Yeah. And it just goes by different names, and so we missed it. We thought we lived in a secular country. We actually live, like all countries, it's a very religious country. You wrote a book on called Esoteric Hollywood, which is basically analyzing and revealing the religious symbolism within popular art.
Yes.
Tell me the thesis, tell me why you wrote it, and give me some examples.
When I was doing grad work.
Let me see this.
One question that appears in fiction and raises speculation in real life, and it's a very specific question, and you may know the answer. Is there evidence that intelligence agencies of any country have used, or criminal organizations in any country have ever successfully carried out assassinations using crazy or suggestible people who don't know they're participating in it?
Who don't know they're participating in it.
Forrest makes Jim Bob watch him dominate Megan.
What?
Which is to say,
you actually paid for that?
Lone gunman shoots public.
Actually paid to say that?
Figure. Lone gunman is actually a tool of some other organization, doesn't know he's a tool of the organization. He committed the murder, but he did so maybe unbeknownst to him at the urging of some other group. Sirhan, for example. Is there any evidence? Do we know that's actually happened ever?
I think it's very obvious that it has happened. I don't know what the standard of evidences would be to say with absolute certainty in a specific case. People talk about Marius van der Lubbe, that he was used, for the Reichstag. People talk about, as you said, Sirhan. I mean, you could say Oswald perhaps was. There is such a thing as false flag recruitment.
That's the thing about this question, which kind of goes into the current state of affairs, obviously, with Tyler Robinson. There, on the truth or conspiracy side, some of the it's obviously been infiltrated by basically a nominal approach to conspiracies. Everybody can come up with their own, right? Everyone just comes up with their own, and they're like, well, what about this? Which is interesting because, you could affirm you could still affirm an aspect of the official story and still draw out some question of whether or not there's more going on, of course, which that's our country. The world itself is not immune or unfamiliar with such events that seemingly are simple to describe, and yet there's more going on. Now, it's harder to prove there's more going on, of course, than just looking at the simplest explanation. But it doesn't actually move. If you were to take an aspect of the official narrative.
Orthodoxy will never rise. The future is atheist. You will die like every dumb tradition.
Okay.
Bitch.
Okay, thanks. You can look at this and take an affirmative on some aspect of the official narrative and still have a conspiracy like they're talking about where there are people who are utilized in whatever way they are to carry out something, and you never get the fullness of what happened. You just get these aspects, and that's what you got. That's it.
Recruitment, which is where people are recruited into thinking that they're working for this group, but they're actually working for this other group. Right?
That's correct.
So that does occur. And I think that if you study assassinations and how they're conducted, they don't happen often.
I'm a happy person.
They do.
He's literally giving me money to insult me.
You tend to use,
That's how you know I made it.
Crazy people.
I think that's like, actually, we should celebrate. That's like a threshold. You know what that earned?
That is a very generous donation, like the one I left in the public pool.
That earned one of the, that earned a Kevin.
People or people that are very suggestible. So I think that's definitely probably 100% goes on. I mean, we had what was Shinzo Abe was one of the most recent, other than Charlie Kirk, obviously, assassinations. That there were some weird things with that in terms of usually political ideologues or religious ideologues are very useful for these types of operations. So yeah, I think especially with JFK, even you've got significant evidence. If you look at the person of Angleton, if you look at what came out in the JFK files, like he was literally just passing all kinds of information to the Mossad. It's in the JFK files. There's like four pages were about his secret relationship with the Mossad.
Speaking of secret relationships with Mossad, we have 6 more on this goal, you guys. Thank you so much. If you enjoy the stream, like the stream with your thumbs, but also like it with your wallets. I don't have any cream to sell you. Uh-oh, here we go. Okay. $5 more. Nope, you don't. We don't get to hear it though. So you can keep sending money, but I'm not gonna play the audio on your perversion. In fact, maybe I'll see you over at Live Leaks in a couple of weeks. Jamab is a stupid dum-dum head. His hair isn't even that good, and his shoulders are slightly narrow. Atheism comment. Thank you so much. 6 minutes left. 5 more to go, y'all. Appreciate you.
I think there was a confluence of interests, as you said, with organized crime, CIA, and Israeli interests all sort of had the motive in regard to JFK.
It's probably Valerie.
Okay, but I think that's a recurring pattern is to absolutely
tell me you're possessed without saying exactly.
These
people are sick.
Either organized crime. I mean, Murder Inc. began as a Jewish assassination squad that was used by not just Sicilian mafia, but also at times the U.S. would contract out and use these people for operations. If you want to get rid of somebody, just use the gangsters. You're not going to do it yourself. So yeah, that's well known. I think if you look at Operation Underworld, where the CIA was using organized crime for many years.
How much evidence is there that the CIA, do you think, has an active role in American politics now?
My research has mostly been past decades of that relationship, so I'm not the most up to date on present. But I would imagine
past his prologue.
See, what I would ask Jay is, and this is hard to kind of get around, is like, now that entertainment, stories, entertainment, pop culture, like, pop culture has largely been present, but not identical to politics. And now, from my view, politics and pop culture, entertainment are all sort of like in the same circle now on a Venn diagram. And so the question is like, is entertainment now politics? Is it not identical, but like it's harder to separate the two. And so if the CIA, from a lot of Jay's research, shows that the CIA plays a part, at least, in culture creation and manipulation and sort of introducing things, if it still does that, or it's done its job, even if it's not active now, if it's done its job through the 60s and 70s into now, the current era, isn't it the case that they, in a way, they're indirectly still involved in politics because it's entertainment now? Like it's like you can't separate the pages, right, of the American story. Just because you look back at a chapter in the 3rd chapter, the 4th chapter, 5th chapter of America, and there's a lingering effect of that chapter, it's almost like even if the CIA wasn't active today in the same way it's been in influencing politics, culture, entertainment, philosophy, it's basically done its job, right? It did a job, at least.
How certain are we that the United States, U.S. politics has been influenced by intelligence?
I mean, I think when people talk about the deep state, we're talking about a sort of breakaway national security apparatus that has a tremendous amount of influence and control on domestic and foreign policy. Absolutely, 100%. I think that superstructure that is international, that is, people talk about the Five Eyes and all that kind of stuff. I think that they do coordinate. I think it's very clearly.
Thank you. That's one we can hear.
Is being stupid and I can't help with the goal.
Thank you.
But anyways, it's great to have you back on during the day. God bless you and Meg Bob and prayers for her swift recovery.
Thank you,
Snagglebeast.
Thank you, Snagglebeast. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Berserk.
When you get up into that level, even above intelligence and CIA, when you get up into that level of like steering committees and the CFR, the trilaterals, like it's not accidental that Epstein was literally David Rockefeller's legate on the Trilateral Commission. He was a commissioner for it. I mean, that they created that for Brzezinski, right? It was Kissinger who went to David Rockefeller and said, "We know this guy Brzezinski would be great for Trilateral."
Nice, Jay. I mean, Tucky should be giggling, but I think Tucky's in a zone. I'm waiting for the invite. What do you mean? For what? I'm sorry. Do I know you? Go to liturgy. I'm inviting you to divine liturgy. Is that what you're talking about?
It created it for him. And so for Epstein to essentially be at that level, which is, no, I don't think we knew that until that, Bannon interview came out. And Jeffrey Epstein, I was on the Trilateral Commission, I was up there with David Rockefeller.
Yeah, that's...
He's not moving. Poor Jay. He's like, I'm dead inside. I don't know. Sometimes I just don't react to anything. I'm sorry to leave you hanging. I'm sorry to leave you hanging.
One of those details that's, I mean, do you ever suspect that the sexual components of the Epstein...
Now, keep in mind, Tucky just had Owen Benjamin on and was seemingly blown away by his knowledge. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Is that you, Forrest? Is that you, Gutsick Gibbons? Writing those nasty little comments?
Story, which I don't want to minimize because they're awful.
Tucky, yeah, he disassociated. Actually, that was Jay's way of exposing that Tucky is MK Ultra. He can't experience humor. He's like, I'm gonna need to disassociate. I really appreciate your efforts and everything you're doing, but that actually scares me.
Sorry about my village. We had a brain parasite outbreak because of the communal curry being cooked with our feet.
Disgusting. You know what I just saw? I saw an Uber Eats driver who is of Kevin and Vajine's persuasion, and he literally was delivering the food. He had the food in his hand in the bag, and he reached in with his other hand, and he basically dug into his butt. He had got something on his hand, and he wiped it on the wall. And it really just made me want to learn hunting.
But do you ever suspect that maybe they're also a distraction from bigger crimes?
It's much bigger than that. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of...
Crash out. Yeah, is Forrest crashing out? Is he actually crashing out?
Those email...
He's a scoundrel, yeah. Well, he's now trying to clout chase. He's trying to get in on the whole Andrew Wilson, trying to get to debate Candace. They're trying to get... By the way, you're not going to get Candace unless it's some change of mind or heart from her perspective. I mean, she married a guy who's a $300 million whatever investor dude. She makes like $100K on maybe a single live stream sometimes. So she's not going to really accept $100K, $180K to debate where she has more to lose, obviously. Now, obviously, it's a shot in the dark. I would love to see that. I would just for whatever the interaction would be, I would love to see that. But there's no way. Money's not going to do it, that's for sure. Infinitely more palatable and entertaining watching Tucky. Yeah. Well, I think that's my job here, is watching things with you guys. A lot watch parties, making things more palatable.
Emails and text messages and things that came out. You've got like, there's so many crazy examples. Like you got high level finance, money laundering is part of that. You've got weapons trafficking is a huge part of that. Because if you read Whitney Webb's book, right, like it's the Adnan Khashoggi operation, which also included like filming people on that yacht. That becomes kind of a pattern for also the way that Epstein would do his stuff. So,
like, I take this nuanced approach because of this. What Jay just said is like, if, Epstein is basically a blackmail trap and you get caught in the web of it. But the thing is, like, you got to understand that if the purpose of all of that was to eventually get something on you, just going at this point, just being caught in the web is something on you at this point. And I don't even think that's really the purpose of it. I think the purpose of it is you invite powerful people to powerful places, and they're so, they're glazed because of it. And then you open your eyes and suddenly there's all this weird stuff happening to you, right? Or around you, right? I can't believe this guy's paying for this, I can't believe that guy's paying for his comments to not be heard or read. The thing is, like, you get invited to these places and then you thought, oh, well, because I'm somebody, right? And then suddenly you're not participating. You're just present even for something. And that's something on you. Or they take a picture of you present with something. And you're done. Like, that's how, like, scary it could be and how vulnerable you are at that level. Like, if you reach certain levels, you gotta be really clear and discerning with where you go, who you get invited, which parties you go to, who you talk to. It's got to be a weird world. I don't wish that upon anyone, by the way. So that is to say that, like, not everybody who's associated with Jeffrey Epstein has something dark that Epstein got from them. It's more like funnel as many powerful people in as possible and see what you can get on each of them.
So you've got weapons trafficking, you've got high level blackmail, you've got human trafficking, you've got money and finance, and you've also got planned chaos in certain areas that you move money to prior to the chaos to benefit from the destruction, which is something that Ian Fleming had Spectre doing all the time. So I suspect Ian Fleming was talking about the sort of Epstein level, Rothschild level.
Yeah, he's perverse. These people are actually perverted. They're like completely perverse.
Gaming of different markets, because that's a huge part of what they were doing, where he's basically emailing Ariana de Rothschild and he's saying, there's going to be a huge conflict over here, move in early, buy up resources, etc. Because the conflicts, the chaos is coming. They did it about Kenya, Somalia. There was emails about how to do this with the Greek debt crisis when that happened, to buy up after it collapsed, right? So that's a huge component. And we know that that's nothing new, because the Rothschild's biography that I was just finished reading by Morton
for real
brags about how they did the same thing at Waterloo. They crashed the London stock market on the basis of false information and then bought it up when it crashed, when they figured out that the information was false. So it's exactly the same thing that Jeffrey Epstein was doing in the emails with Ariana de Rothschild.
It's funny that they called the 1,000 years after the fall of Rome the Dark Ages as compared to this.
It's also crazy too that we think that there's no religion.
Oh, to talk about evolution? Oh yeah, when we're done with this, I was going to review actually a little bit of Planet Peterson had a call in. So yeah, maybe if we get through
this component to the world today, when we seem to have all kinds of very demonic activities going on, which suggests, secret societies, cults, you name it. So I think that the world really operates.
A sponsor? I don't know. It depends on what it was. Like, honestly, sponsor reading looks soulless. I don't know if it just has to be soulless when you read a sponsor. I would actually have to make it like a cartoon or something. So it really depends what it would be. Like, I don't know what it would be. Like beard cream? I mean, my buddy at my parish gave me a bunch of handmade mead. He has a meadery. I mean, that was kind of a sponsor. Thank you, Josiah. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm at that level. I have pretty good engagement, generally speaking. 920 people, nice. Hello to all 920 of you. But it's like, I mean, what could I sell you guys? Honestly, you tell me. What could I possibly sell you?
In this way versus the sort of secular mythology that we were taught.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see anything secular happening really in the United States at all. And if you, I mean, I first noticed this on the LGBTQ, I can barely pronounce it, agenda question, where the commitment to that was like more than just, compassion for, discriminated against gays. It was like this religious fervor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there should be a lot of discrimination.
And that was the first sign to me that actually I think we're dealing with the faith here.
Yeah.
I need a rye sponsor. That could be good. Look, I would even they'd be like, no, you don't have to shoot a commercial. We can't pay you for that. I would just do it. I would just make it like presentable, either a cartoon animation or a well-shot moment in time. I think I could sell rye, honestly. I honestly think I don't know if, I could probably sell rye. Now, whoever it was that gave me the rye, I would still make it, physically it would be Angel's Envy, even if it wasn't the sponsor. $5 more from the hater. Thank you so much. We won't be hearing from the hater, but we'll take his money.
Yeah, and there's you find elements of these types of ideas in various Talmudic texts. For example, the idea of aliens. I'm not saying that there might not be unexplained phenomena. I think there is. I think there's a demonic component to it. But the idea specifically of
I could sell LGBTQ beer.
There's one of the tractates that discusses
Angel. You don't like the Angel's Envy? Look, I'm not well developed in my palate or exposed to a lot of different, rye and stuff. But so far, out of the two hard drinks I've had straight like that, Angel's Envy is just so lovely. Do you have an alternative? Look, I'm totally, I'll break up with it if you send me an alternative to my house. So you tell me.
It's the 18,000 worlds. So it's an older Talmudic idea that.
Oh yeah, no, then I won't really need a sponsor. When I finally, God willing, get out of this lovely, still love it, but it's really small townhouse I'm in, and I have my metalsmith shop up. You guys are in for a treat.
There are these other life forms.
Bullet, okay. Bullet.
I think that recent films like Disclosure
Bullet.
Day, Spielberg's Ethos, that kind of stuff. I think that plays into that idea that no, there's not demonic stuff, because if you watch that movie, the whole thing was like,
I don't like
no, they're actually your friends. They're just sort of alien saviors.
Disclosure Day makes that case.
Yeah, it's kind of like, don't think it's demonic. This is more of a salvific type of thing. So I think that's propaganda.
So we welcome our new alien overlords.
I think it's good.
Much like Childhood's End, and if you've read Childhood's End, you know that Arthur C. Clarke, who was butt buddies with Crowley, right? They're actually promoting this
butt buddies.
idea that Carellen, he looks like a demon, right? But he's our alien savior, and he comes to Earth and
Oh, here we go. Thank you for more money, demon.
It was like medical advances and technological advances, and then he says, "Oh, by the way, I need your first generation of your children," and then he takes them off and nukes Earth. So,
did you see Need God Talk with Taco Talks? Oh man, that sounds like hell right up my alley. Yeah, that sounds horrifying.
So it's like, I'm going to save you by taking your kids and destroying the rest of you, because you're all going to kill yourselves if we just let you be. And I'm just giving that as one example, like famous, propaganda in sci-fi. H.G. Wells was a huge propagandist about this stuff too. He was a high level. He described himself as a Luciferian. He says in his book, God the Invisible King, he says, so theosophy is a.
Can we talk about yoga? Sometimes I like yoga. I mean, don't get me wrong. Most of the time I'm child's pose or even baby pose, which is kind of fun. I've actually tried Warrior 1 and 2, but I end up shivering. It looks like I've been sitting outside in the cold for a half hour.
Another great example of this kind of religion of
Is it wrong to be flexible? Is it immoral?
The future that Father Seraphim Rose talked about. In fact, he highlights theosophy as one of the key elements in his famous book, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. St. Seraphim Rose now, but
First Zero comes in with another troll account. Not debating abortion is like a vegan saying animal killing is murder. No, it's not like that, because murder is a distinction, a legal distinction for humans. No, a vegan can't say that because they have to make a distinction between an animal and a human. You moron. What are you, dumb? What did you eat, dumb, for breakfast? Good. Yeah, that's the idea, dummy. You think your little $5 per insult matters to me? No, I don't care if you stop. Get out of here, dude. I told you, I'll see you over at Live Leaks later in your life. He's yelling. He's in all caps. Yeah.
Very predictive, very accurate, that this is essentially demonic. He wrote that in the 70s, basically saying where
I could actually probably do some cool trucker hats.
Essentially take us power day. Hats. And he was spot on. The book's kind of amazing. If you read it, literally predicting everywhere that we're at. But he says, this Blavatsky satanic type ideology is what, for example, popularized yoga throughout the West. We wouldn't have yoga everywhere, every Instagram chick, doing yoga if it wasn't for Madame Blavatsky.
Can you imagine Tucky with a man bun? I actually have some drawstring pants. You can get them on my website.
And Crowley.
With respect, Madame Blavatsky from the surviving photographs does not look like she practiced yoga.
I would not want to see her in yoga pants.
No. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I am a nasty person.
Nasty little gibbons.
But why yoga?
Well, there's a lot of different reasons.
It's open to be open to everything. Yoga, the philosophy is you're open to everything.
I think that, and my wife she did a whole bunch of podcasts on her YouTube channel about yoga and tantric Buddhism. There's a lot of reasons why Eastern philosophy, and I'm not saying everything about Eastern philosophy is necessarily bad, but elements of Eastern philosophy is a lot more collectivist in the way that they approach who man is and what he is in the world. So yoga, I think, is a way to, if you take it seriously, I'm not talking about like people that just sort of stretch and do Pilates, but like the actual process of yoga is intended to initiate you, and basically your, the base of your spine, your chakras and all that, that's supposed to like essentially possess you. Now, I'm not saying everybody does yoga is possessed. I'm saying that's the purpose of it is you're invoking entities to begin at your butt stuff and like go up and open up your third eye.
That was funny, McKenna. That, I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but the one, what's the dude's name? Vipassana? Ramaswamy, Salami. He was like, I have a Trinity. We do a Trinity too.
So it's essentially an initiation process, what it's supposed to be. That's what it is in the Hindu and the Tantric tradition. But in the Tantric tradition, it's actually a lot of really gross stuff, which people don't know that. But
what does that mean?
Like really gross sex stuff. Like
what is that tantrics? I didn't know that was gross. I've been doing that for years.
Actual tantric Buddhism, when you get into like the depths of what that's about, is, and Crowley absolutely just borrowed this for his whole process of pushing yoga. You have to do all of the worst possible actions to kind of get beyond good and evil. So it's kind of a Nietzschean idea of like, the worst thing you could think of, you got to eat.
That's so demonic. That's so demonic. Because what you're really saying is desensitize yourself, disassociate yourself from perversion and horror. And by disassociating yourself by way of desensitization, you're actually ascending. Now, you could see at a certain time, maybe people would process this and they'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's just our mind playing tricks on us to tell us we're doing something horrifying. We have to transcend that. Well, how do you transcend it? Well, it's exposure therapy, right? It's so demented, man.
Like feces, you got to do incest. Like you do.
Someone say feces? That is a very generous donation, like the one I left in the public pool.
All the worst things to not just balance the good side, but also the evil side. So it's the left hand and the right hand path have to be transcended.
Right.
Yeah.
And so their idea.
This is a common idea, not just in.
And that's the thing. Like anybody who's coming to our country who even has a remnant of that philosophy, it impacts society the same way most of us come from a heterodox background. Even if we're not we weren't fully into it or practicing it, when we come into orthodoxy, it still lingers. It's not like an eraser. Orthodoxy isn't a Control Z button on everything that you have been grown up with, you know. But to think about that, think about the lingering Protestant presuppositions and paradigm, like lingering mindset that's brought into Orthodoxy and needs to be sort of like dealt with in a sense over time. Because, you know, even a proper catechism doesn't actually necessarily, it could, but it doesn't actually remove everything there, right? Now think about that. Think about a country that has even a general background, a heterodox background, the way they see the world, the way they see human beings, the way they see good and evil, even if it's incomplete. Now suddenly you import people who have that worldview coming in. That's probably why they don't care about how disgusting, you know, some of their practices are. Right, Vijin?
This is like the inner teaching of like tantric Buddhism. Like if you were to,
but not just tantric Buddhism. I mean, there are
other groups have adopted the same
sure.
idea. Absolutely, yeah. You can see why Crowley saw that is applicable.
Marquis de Sade or
exactly
Kabbalistic echoes there too. But the core idea is you have to go as far out as you can.
That's right.
Yes, inversion, the principle of inversion, and we talk about this a lot of times in, you know, people in our sphere. My buddy Mark Hackard, he's written a bunch of articles about
But wait, we're all the same. Josiah, thank you so much. Jim Bob, what do you think will be the reaction of the X sphere that Jay was on Tucky? Pearl clutching? I don't know, actually, because unfortunately, some of this might be overshadowed by the whole Charlie Kirk, you know, all that stuff going on. People seem to be pretty focused on that. There's just a whirlwind of just a multiplicity of narratives around that's just being cycled. So I hope this breaks through that, honestly. So yeah, you'll probably get some J haters on there. Sure.
Orthodox theology and philosophy and Soviet history, and he's talked about some of the early, for example, Bolsheviks. One guy named Gleb Bokyai, he was very interested in sort of eyes wide shut inversion stuff as a way to revolutionize society. In terms of the Bolshevik Revolution, there was
they're going to hate it as much as they hated Father Stephen. Yeah, definitely.
So commit atrocities,
but not just like killing, but like also to promote in society like degeneracy, because
right.
that has the print that can revolutionize society.
But that's true.
It is. In fact, one of the key 60s countercultural revolutionaries, Wilhelm Reich, actually had the idea that in order to have a successful cultural revolution.
Yeah, the only thing missing is a pile of books with a variety of Post-it notes all throughout the books.
You would have to have total open sexual pan relationships, because that would remove patriarchy. And then with the rise of the goddess and the feminine principle, that would allow the actual socialist revolution.
That's why there's nothing new under the sun. The entire like phenomenon that you see with feminism, not just sacrificing your child to Planned Parenthood, but having an unknown amount of sexual partners. This is not a new concept. And they don't even know. They're so silly that they don't even know they're just recycling and reliving in. They're like NPCs acting out a previous script that has already happened, where they think there's liberation, right? This whole, like Jay's talking about this view, like all of these constraints, you need to overcome them by like really just overexposing yourself to them, right? You ascend beyond them. They're just constraints. Well, it's like, no, you're just saying no to certain rules. And you think like you've ascended because you've removed rules and decency and customs in your society. And then you wind up, what? You wind up like Chelsea Handler. Like, that's it. You wind up alone. You wind up without children. You wind up old, decaying, because you worshipped an identity of yourself that was liberated from rules. And there's a great, what do they call it? What's that deal? What's the deal? Well, when you take the deal, I forgot the name of the deal. Where like the irony, it's like you lose everything basically.
That was his idea.
It's
I don't know why I forgot the name of that.
It was a very common idea. And the old-fashioned communists, the Stalinists, were prudish.
They were against
mystical theology. I'm not sure what you're actually referring to. You talking about early Jewish mysticism, because mystical, that word is pretty broad.
It's the gay stuff.
Totally against
Faustian,
it.
thank you.
The Bolsheviks had been the pre-Stalin.
Yeah. The Faustian deal is that if you're truly liberated, you are not responsible for anything anymore, and you're not grafted into anything, because you're liberated from everything. And it's like, imagine being vulnerable enough, and women in the West are especially vulnerable to it. But that you're actually sold. You're sold on this idea of being liberated from everything, included the rules that bind you to a connective tissue in society. What a sick joke! What a sick thing to do to people.
Period. Had embraced that. Stalin pushed back against it, and then in the United States in the late.
I know that my hater already covered this last 5 here, though, but we have 6 minutes on this goal, y'all. Help me win my game.
50s and 60s, a bunch of revolutionary movements believe that. The SLA.
Yep.
Yes, actually, we have an evolution and debate coming up on the 26th. So the last day of my iconography course, I will be heading back to my home and another revolution debate. Yep.
Charles Manson. There was all orgies and.
But that ethos of the 60s counterculture stuff wasn't just, Ginsburg and people coming up with crazy.
What about them? I don't understand. What about them? You have to ask a full question. What about them?
The ideas. The party. There was an earlier idea that some of the key Fabian socialists, for example, in the 1890s, some of the Fabian socialists like Beatrice Sidney Webb, they actually understood that if you promote.
Merle, thanks for the compliment. Go to liturgy.
Promoted, for example, bestiality in public art, this could undermine and destroy the UK's sexual ethos at that time. So they were way out of the curve, in the 1890s. Bertrand Russell was famously pansexual, Terence McKenna, a big open relationship. So they've always understood that to remove those boundaries is actually a way to invert and then change society on a mass scale.
And to unleash power.
Exactly.
There's a power that comes from that, from transgression. It's demonic power.
Exactly.
But they never called it that. But it's clearly true.
But the tantrics understood that. They actually understood that you're actually sort of taking on sort of more and more demonic energy versus the God's uncreated energy.
But it's still energy.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you. There was a fascinating back and forth last night around a girl in the panel trading basically anything for $400K. Ew. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like these poor women. They're just like, the fact that we're in a culture that it's public. It's not even hidden anymore. It used to be hidden and shameful. It's public. It's celebrated that these women do their OnlyFans stuff and the horrible things that they're both celebrated and also mocked for. But the thing is, it's in the public. It's like a normal thing. It's been normalized, and it's definitely downstream from this liberation type of view. Now, I just wish the Protestants understood that their philosophy is partly causal to where we are today. They think it's just atheism. Yeah, it is atheism. It's atheism. They think it's just nihilism. Yeah, it's that too. I'm not going to remove that from the basket of variables, but this liberation, this liberty view, it's not an accident that the Doug Wilson camp are largely classical liberals. They just still don't get it. How is it Doug Wilson and company still don't understand that their theology that informs their politics actually buttresses the collapse, and that classical liberalism would be included in the sand category in rock and sand? It's sand. It can't do anything, can't build, you can't preserve anything. You're just preserving the liberty to do stuff. That's it. That's your highest value.
So when Satan promises Jesus that he can have, the kingdoms, he could deliver the kingdoms. He had the power to bestow on those who worshiped him. Like it's real.
There is a real demonic power that can
Yes.
be tapped into. Yeah.
So that's what makes it even more compelling. I mean, there's a reason people, it's like cigarette smoking. Yeah, it's bad, but people do it. Why? Because they get something out of it.
Yeah.
There's a reason that people worship demons, not just because they're inherently perverse, but because it works short term.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that principle inversion is well known way back into, like ancient. I remember reading.
That's why the Incas sacrificed children, and so did the Mayas and the Aztecs and the Vikings and
the blacks. Tucky. Don't forget about modern sacrifice.
When you sacrifice a virgin to the rain god, it actually rains.
Well, like
seriously, I love the rain though. I love the rain. I love the rainbows. Something really stoic about the rain. Wish it would rain now during this interview. Every hierarchy in nature is top-down. Knowledge is passed down. Universes are made up by us. How is it rational that our origin is the only exception? Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Everything else that we see, comes down. But I even make that argument against heterodoxy, is that everything's passed down to teach, to maintain some sort of truth in teaching, wisdom passed on to your kids. You're basically affirming a tradition. And they're like, yeah, no, I'm in a tradition. It's just the tradition of my last name. You're like, really? It starts, it ends with you?
I heard of Michael Aquino, right?
Yeah.
Everybody, you might have heard of he wrote that Mind War to Psi War document, which like the Army's doctrine of psychological warfare back in the 80s or whatever it was, and he wrote that. But he wrote another book called Black Magic, and the whole book is basically, I remember reading this years ago, it's basically taking the principles of Egyptian sorcery, but applying it to like military psychological operations. So yes, actually people do study ancient sorcery and magic and that kind of, the CIA even had a whole program, I want to say in the 70s, kind of adjacent to Project Stargate, where they were studying Satanism and the occult to sort of weaponize and try to understand these ideas and see how far they could go with them.
Where did nuclear technology come from, do you think?
Satan.
I mean, Oppenheimer described himself as, to a degree.
I'm surprised. I thought Jay was going to be like, you believe nukes are real?
He sort of engaged.
I mean, first of all, you're presupposing that nukes are like a real thing, so.
No,
I'm trying to be like condescending or anything. It's just that it's like at first you have to like actually demonstrate it like a nuke. So.
I mean, I don't know how serious he took it. And I've also read some interesting critiques of Oppenheimer that argue that he was perhaps more of a propagandist than an actual scientist. So in a lot of these domains of like high esoteric science, I don't claim to be a scientist, I'm more of a philosophy guy, but I don't know. But he could have been much more of a propagandist than he was an actual scientist.
I think that was true.
There you go. There you go.
A lot of the science.
That was a good way of saying it, Jay, without like putting yourself in a position where everyone just goes, clip it. He's a flat earther. Because if you say like, well, I'm actually skeptical on the whole operation, and they're like, what do you think the moon's not real?
Scientists involved in this.
So.
It's not clear what they were creating.
Right.
What, is the moon not real?
It's very clear.
There's still people called rain doctors in some of the driest areas of southern Africa. Yeah, and they're on their way, Luca. They're on their way to my state.
Clear that they were used to create the illusion that they were creating something.
Yeah.
But it may have pre-existed them. I'm just throwing it out there.
you know what? One thing that's interesting is that the way that some of the early people involved in those chemical sciences, you probably heard of Jack Parsons. He was a Crowleyan. They would sometimes describe what they were doing as a kind of ritual. So they saw.
Oh, yeah. Dude, you want to read a crazy book, you guys? Pretty cheap book. You can get it, called Sex and Rockets. Oh, man. That's the movie about Jack Parsons that needs to be made properly.
The idea that you could split the atom as kind of a ritualistic principle of, by doing this, you release energy, which is the very type of thing you were talking about with like the demonic aspect of it, releasing and trying to control the energy. Basically.
Well, it raises like a question, which is like, where does the act of creation come from? So the act of creation is God, that's God's doing.
So
God
it's the act of
creates.
destruction.
Right. And Satan's destruction. But the act of creation, Like every person really who's ever engaged in any creative activity
Thank
knows
you so much.
that there's what we call this moment of inspiration,
Yes,
where the idea, the notion comes to you, but where does it come from? People don't explore that question for some reason.
Yeah. Where do concepts come from? Where do ideas come from? You know, we're to keep we are to keep our mind in a godly state, our thoughts geared toward Christ, and you know, all of the thoughts come in, right? Tons of thoughts come in. Where do these thoughts come from?
But it's an open question. Like, where does that come from? The ideas pop into your mind, thoughts pop into your mind that you've never considered before, but that are just there. And so you're not really coming up with them so much as you're summoning them, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's true for good things, but it's also true for bad things, is it not? I mean, does any living person not know what I'm talking about?
Well, so in the Orthodox tradition, we have this idea that your thoughts come from one of three sources. It either comes from you and your own sort of innate spirit and creativity, which God gave you, or it comes from God, or it comes from the angelic or demonic realm. So there's three possible ways that you could get that inspiration. The term that's used in the Greek is logismoi, which is sort of thought forms that can sometimes occur.
Wait, what did he say the three were? I missed that. I had it down to like 2.
God, or it comes from...
Wait.
That's true for good things, but it's also true for bad things, is it not? I mean, does any living person not know what I'm talking about?
Well, so in the Orthodox tradition, we have this idea that your thoughts come from one of three sources. It either comes from you and your own sort of innate spirit and creativity, which God gave you.
Thank you for the taxes. Appreciate you, Vagine.
Paying my taxes. Tina Coffin 6657.
Thank you.
Or it comes from God, or it comes from the angelic or demonic realm. So there's three possible ways that you could get that inspiration. The term that's used in the Greek is logismoi, which is sort of thought forms that can sometimes occur. Usually those are in the Orthodox tradition spoken of sort of as demonic influences. But you're right too, that I think that idea of inspiration and then putting it into your work, if you look at it from the evil perspective, that's the whole thing that Crowley talked about in Magic Theory and Practice, is that all you're doing is, he says, the world and all of its actions are equalized. Everything in the world.
What makes Catholics not the one true church? Well, first, Rome leaving the Pentarchy would be the first indicator. There's a list of some key innovations that you can't find previous to them as Rome leaving. One, and the most popular, being the papacy. That the idea of a pope, even if you use the same word historically in the church, didn't mean what the current Catholic Church makes it mean insofar as authority. Further than what the iteration or the expression of the papacy you see with V1 and V2, which, by the way, are not only further innovations, but they're actually contradictory to each other. So then they hire a gay Jew to write Nostra Aetate and other documents within that V2, Lumen Gentium, which then gear Catholics toward a perennialist or fully ecumenist view of tradition, which is foul. So if you go back in history, you look at what's maintained. The Orthodox tradition has been maintained, and the Catholic tradition is a branching away.
The world is equal. There's nothing good or bad. And the true magician is
the filioque.
The one who takes the matter or the things in the world and puts his will and intention into it, and then affects an energetic change in the world. And whichever one is successful and takes on, that's the true magician. Now, I mean, Crowley's a liar and a deceiver, so I'm not trying to give him too much credit, but that is the attitude I think that a lot of people who engage.
Here's a really kind of simple way of looking at this. We hold the councils to be authoritative. It's an essential part of maintaining Christ's true church, that it would be preserved and wouldn't fall to Satan. Now, if the papal authority, the way it's presented today, was the true tradition of Christ's true church, then you wouldn't need any of these things. You wouldn't need councils. You'd just have this singular position. Even if back to Peter, you just have this single vicar, and he would just declare. He would just be like this, like sort of like an oracle, basically, of Christ's true church. All you would need to do is you pass down the papal authority, and there's just a singular person. He just declares things. You would need to, like the councils would just be eventually like in the documentation, you know how you have like minutes recorded? At some point you would just have a single guy just go, and this is what we're doing. Like simple, like that. You wouldn't need councils. It just like all of church history before 1054 would be just like, oh, you didn't really need to do that. It was like extra collective work, collective body work. We didn't need to, though.
Engage in that type of an idea. They have that principle that they think that they're doing sort of magic workings in the world to affect change, and that makes them the magus. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Does that make sense?
I just, as I get older, I have come to believe that that we're really kind of a pass-through a lot of the time, that we're subject to all these external forces that we don't acknowledge, we don't perceive most of the time, but that those are really the defining moments of our lives. Like we either accept or reject things presented to us from outside of us, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, really, I didn't find any significant deep analysis of this type of a analysis of like spiritual psychology, I guess you could say, until, I got deeper into Orthodox tradition, where they go pretty deep into understanding this kind of stuff. Because if you think about it, like, I don't want to degrade the office too much, but like a priest, Orthodox priest, they're masters of human psychology. That's not all they are, but if you hear for decades people's confessions, you're going to be a very good psychologist if you're good at it, right? So you're going to understand, not just human weaknesses and stuff like that, but you're going to
By the way, anyone who's Orthodox who's done whether it's their consistent confession or their lifelong confession, which in the West is a peculiar thing that we do, you notice that your priest, things that they might be, you'd think maybe they would be like, oh, they don't move. They don't move. Like the things that they have heard or maybe even seen or whatever, it's like, this is a good point here, insofar as like, what is the office? Like, what are you called to be actually when you're a priest?
Understand these other influences, and hopefully have the discernment to know when the influences might be from the divine or when they might be from something else. One of the things that Father St. Seraphim Rose talked about in his book, Orthodoxy and the Religion of Future, is that he warned about coming mass delusions and what would sort of dupe large amounts of people. And one of the things that he tied into Hinduism and New Age.
Here, Orthodox Presbyterian, that doesn't make any sense. You can't have an Orthodox Presbyterian, because Orthodox in every sense of the word would have to be present from Pentecost on, and it's not. We have churches, elders, Bibles. No, you're just mimicking previous systems. You're just creating new authoritative structures that you can't trace back. For instance, if I asked you, give me a church elder, savage gentleman, give me a church elder name whose authority can be traced back to 37 AD. You can't. Like, everything you're doing is a mimicry of something that happened before. You wouldn't have these concepts of elder. You wouldn't have a concept of a Bible study. You wouldn't have a concept of tradition. You wouldn't have a concept of no woman leaders or preachers. You wouldn't have this view. You have to borrow it from a previous thing, but then the thing you're borrowing from, you reject. So why not, if you're going to use the term orthodox and you affirm these structures and you want it to be authoritative, wouldn't you want it to trace back to the apostles? Wouldn't you want it to trace back to the first bishops? Wouldn't you want to trace it back to Timothy? Wouldn't you want to trace it back to St. Ignatius? St. Irenaeus? The lives of the saints? Where's the, quote, Orthodox Presbyterian saints? Who are they? Who are the Christians of the early church? You don't have them. You just borrow, and then you reject. You copy paste church history and then you delete it.
Type stuff was also not just yoga, but the charismatic movement, and he was very insistent that this charismatic movement will continue to grow because it stresses the direct existential ecstatic experience as if that's necessarily from God when it could very easily be from the demonic. I think
hostile? This isn't hostile. What are you, gay? You think this is hostile? Are you talking to me? You think I'm being hostile right now? Dude.
you look at the manifestations in the,
we have elders and deacons. I didn't ask if you call people in your church elders and deacons. You're using a word, okay? You're using words and titles and offices that need to necessarily historically precede you. What I'm saying is your deacons, your elders, your bishops can't be traced back to the apostles and who they taught.
The domain of charismaticism and how that's now crept into the Roman Catholic Church. It's crept all into the Protestant.
You need bishops, dude. You need bishops. Historically, you can't affirm Christianity without the affirmation of historical bishops. You can't do it. There is no concept you have of Christianity that you can divorce from the early episcopal structure. You can't do it.
Evangelical world, and
you have to. In fact, it's like essential to your entire philosophy that you have to say that the church kind of went into a failure or something. It needed to be reformed and restored. That means it was a bride of Christ that went into a coma, and we're so happy that that the restorationists came in with their CPR classes and their defibrillators. Like the restorationist view is basically like Sleeping Beauty church, that you needed to kiss Sleeping Beauty. Many years later, many centuries later, you had to kiss Sleeping Beauty, and voila, wakes the church, wakes the bride.
It ties it very closely into ancient sort of Hindu practices. That's the type of Christianity that's growing in Africa, Latin, South America. It's rampant. It's a massively powerful delusion because it replaces traditional Christianity with the idea that it's something akin to voodoo, basically. If you study voodoo, it's very, very similar to charismatic.
Presbyterians normally have bishops. No, what we're saying is like you can use you're using these terms, right? What we're saying, savage gentlemen, is that, by the way, you're a little sensitive for having savage in your name. What you call your bishop, ask your bishop, can you trace your authority back to the apostles? And if he says yes, you say, can you show me the list? Don't you think that's fair, Savage? I think it's fair, you as a layperson in your church, if someone says they're a bishop, you can ask them a question about their ecclesiology and history and say, cool, well, I mean, by the term bishop, you mean a continuation, a seat holder in the continuation of Christ's true church, which never fell to Satan? Oh, yeah. You know what it is? It's like there are real doctors and real hospitals. The reformers are like ER, like George Clooney. They're like the TV show of the real thing. They're the actors. They act it out on TV. But George Clooney's not an actual doctor, and neither is your bishop.
In the way that anything that you experience trumps what's in divine revelation or what's in church tradition. Like, it's all about the direct sort of ecstatic experience. And so it doesn't matter what happened or came before. Then that might sound like it's not that big of a deal, but take, for example, Ann Lee, right? The founder of the Quakers. Ann Lee thought that her ecstatic experiences were God telling her that women should be pastors, women should be prophetesses, women should run the church. Sex is bad. She's a proto-feminist. She's a proto-women bishop, pastor person. She started a cult. Her cult didn't grow. It's about to die out. I think there's only
You don't understand how important the Reformation is. I hope that's sarcasm. Important for what? To correct the first Protestants? You don't understand how important it was for new Protestants to correct the first Protestants. Yeah. Important for the movement away from Christ's true church, maybe.
3 Quakers left, Shakers left, but it's a great example of the type of delusion
that's like saying I'm going to witness a proper Russian ballet, And this guy is at the ticket counter going, "You don't understand how important modern dance is." Imagine telling like a strict Russian ballet teacher how important modern dance is. That's like going to the comedy gods, so to speak, lowercase g comedy gods, and being like, "Do you understand how important females are in comedy?"
Western religionists have fallen into, which is that
being more wrong. Yeah, being more wrong.
You're talking about just be clear, you're talking about the Shakers, not the Society of Friends.
So she comes out of the right. She's a schism out of the Quaker Society of Friends.
Shaker, yeah.
You're really trying to give it. Analogies are very helpful. Analogies are actually analogies are fatal.
They were big in Maine. They didn't reproduce.
Exactly. So that's
just come to liturgy, man. It's really simple. You don't need to do all of this thinking, man. It's already happened. The faith deposit was delivered and it was maintained. Look, you're in a dilemma. If orthodoxy is not the truth, then Christianity is not the truth, and there's no true church. If there is a true church, it never fell. You got to pick. It's either Christianity is false or it's true. If it's true, the Reformation's false because you needed a history of the church that preceded you. It's the same problem the Mormons have. Same problem Islam has, by the way. You have to affirm a true church in history and then arbitrarily reject the true church. You can't do that. It's a contradiction.
That's one of the downsides of
not a long-term strategy.
But it's an attack on not just patriarchy, but also attack on like good sexuality in terms of producing.
Yes.
But it's also like massive proto-feminism. So it might sound counterintuitive to say that that's very similar to the 60s countercultural revolution, but it's not, because the whole idea of...
Sorry, the goal... Oh, now the goal's working, guys. Sorry. I don't know what happened to it, but now it's working because Chaw's magical. The Australian break dancer Ray Gunn is an inspiration and a hero. She was critical of the Reformation ballet. Yeah, every tradition has a restorationist view to it. Even art. Look at art. You look at art, what do we see with modern art? Like, there's such a parallel between modern art and the rules, the bending of the rules of modern art. Dadaism, Impressionism. There's some good Impressionism. The abstract world, Surrealism, Dali, Picasso. You see the parallel to the thinking and philosophy, parallel to the theology, even if they're not theologically based at all. They're a part of the mind. You know, there's a, it might sound very pretentious, the phronima, the mind of the church. Well, there's a mind of the world too, and the mind of culture. That concept still exists in various sectors of life. And so this rejection of ballet to modern dance, the rejection of traditional art and beauty and sculpture and architecture, that's informed by a higher thinking, by a theological view, by a Christian view. You reject it and you get what? You get eyeballs on elbows. You get horse elephants. Oh, you get upside downness. You get craziness. You get Jackson Pollock.
Of, gay bishops or gay priests or women bishops, women priests, women pastors, it's all sterility. And so the more sterility that you get, the more your cult dies out. That's the end goal of all that, is sterility. In fact, in one of the minor prophets, I want to say it's like Amos or Hosea, like there's actually a mentioning that the curse that you will get is the sterility.
Yeah, unstructures, no hierarchy, no rules. No rules. Well, you make up your own rules
that you desire. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So what I'm saying here is that, like you were talking about destruction, these actions, these inversions, they are a releasing of destructive power, and the way to do that is to always invert the existing natural order. And that has a powerful effect in terms of not just creating destruction, but also creating a scenario that's then more easily manageable and controllable from cunning oligarchical types of elites.
Yes, and it also infuses them with dark spiritual power.
Yes.
There's just no question about it. It's not just desire to get rich or the desire to control other people. It's that they are filled.
Yes.
I mean, when Justin Trudeau systematically destroys his...
Take it down a half notch. This is exactly, you're still in the mind of modernity. You know, it's like tone policing. It's like, no, this is love, man. This is sharp love. We actually care that you're in a false church. We care. Oh, take it down a notch. Why? It's later than you think. Take it down a notch. Hey, my soul's in jeopardy, perhaps. I'm not on the path to salvation. I'm in a wrong church, leading me astray. Take it down a notch. It's only my soul.
Nation, which he did.
Yes.
He gets something out of that. And it's not just like the consulting contract that comes after. It's more than that.
This is what annoys me about Con Inc. and sort of the fake conservative side of those who they're unable to diagnose what's really going on because, number one, they don't have like the right spiritual component, but they're also averse to all ideas of...
Why are you so mean? Why are you so mean? Why are you so mean?
Version and conspiracy, all that's all crazy.
Hey, come to the true church. Why are you so mean?
But it's like, but isn't
Hey, kid, get out of the road. You're going to get hit by a truck. Take it down a notch, Dad.
that a much better explanation of
There's literally poison in your body. Chill, bruh.
Justin Trudeau or these kind of... They're not just dummies who are like liberal. They're actually perhaps consciously malicious.
Of course. or they're tools of...
When did anyone tell you to do your just make... What? Tell you what to... Who are you talking to? We're telling you what to do. We're telling you what to do.
Or tools of a higher,
consciously malicious
harder,
powers,
exactly.
right? But it's not a joke. It's not that they're just like stupid.
They're all
It's
dumb,
like lame, effeminate, closeted gay guy runs Canada.
That's a good point, Cameron. It's like righteous passion and care and sternness, and everyone's like, "Oh, I'm angry."
You know, the second largest country in the world with the most natural resources of any place on planet Earth.
I understand. No, I believe you understand. It's all coming from like basically tough love. We're asking you go to the Orthodox Church. For the very reason I said when you got in here is that your priest can't tell you, your bishop can't tell you and give you a list of succession to the apostles. That's a huge deal. That should really be the first thing people kind of look at when they're investigating Christianity is, okay, well, if I suppose Christianity is true from the beginning at Pentecost, not just that, but obviously Old Testament, Genesis and everything comes out, after Genesis, you'd at least go, well, that's also a historical claim. So it makes sense to go, wait a second. If I'm gonna assume I'm a part of Christ's church, I'm going to assume the continuity of Christ's church. That's totally reasonable.
I don't think it's an accident.
Well, when you read a lot of these global technocratic oligarchical elites, they're a lot smarter than people think.
And much more faithful.
Yeah.
They're not agnostics. That's for sure. So I want to wrap this up.
I want to wrap this up at the end times, which might be soon.
Go back to orthodoxy and its view of the future, its eschatology. So like a lot of, and this is directly related to the power, I think, of Christian Zionism.
Where's the link? Jay, hey, Rip, send the link. That's all we can do, guys. It's like you can debate so much, but the thing is like you have to come and see. Send them the location link, Rip.
Because that derives from the Christian Zionist belief about the end times.
Mm-hmm.
And given recent events, I think a lot of people are starting to think about history as a linear track. As like, there's a beginning and end to history. Like everyone feels that that's true. And there's going to be an end to all this. Who knows when it comes.
We're pompous. That's fine. I'll just grant your Yelp review. But the thing is, we want you to come and see and go to an Orthodox liturgy at least.
But there are a lot of...
Forgive us, we're pompous. Come to Orthodox liturgy.
People who are very focused on that. I don't know what I think of it. Probably bad, but whatever. Leaving my thoughts aside, what is the Orthodox view of the end times?
Yeah, one of the crucial components to contrast the Orthodox perspective to those sorts of dispensational Christian Zionist perspectives is that they've missed what the first advent, in our view, did. So we don't believe that the kingdom of God is postponed to the end of the world. We think that at the first advent, as Christ says many times in the gospel, the kingdom is here, the kingdom is in your midst, the kingdom is the presence of the Holy Spirit.
This generation will not pass away before I come back.
And we believe in what's called partial preterism. Many of the church fathers, especially Chrysostom, emphasized in his sermons on Matthew 24 and Luke 21 that the destruction of the temple in 70 AD was the finalizing of the reality of the kingdom coming into fruition. So in other words, it's appropriate that the temple would pass away now that what the temple was a type of, which is the church, is here. So now that the church, which is the true temple, has come, that is the surpassing of from type to antitype, right? So you wouldn't go back to types now that the reality has come. So much of what's in the Old Testament, whether it's the temple administration with the showbread and the lampstand and all that, those things are fulfilled in our view, what the Orthodox Church is. The Orthodox Church possesses those things in the here and now. So sometimes in theology, it's called the already not yet principle. So the kingdom of God, the end times are here now. They began at the first advent. So for us, for example, the book of Revelation, most evangelicals, that's the end of the world, and that's John Hagee and the 7 blood moons of Israel. No, it's now. Like, we live in the eschatological reality. When you go to the divine liturgy, that is heaven on earth now. It's not a postponed.
Keep in mind, this also ties in with the Orthodox view is that we are not in a, quote, religion of death. People aren't dead with Christ. But, you start to see this in all the comments and on the Twitter sphere and all the debates. It's like, people really have this view that's like rooted in that they're like, no, death is death, like death that you're cut off, and then like you're just basically a blackout state. And it's like, what? Wait, what? So Christianity, you believe, is the religion, is the doctrine of death? The hell? I make you cry. Yeah, no, it's good. If I had 3 older brothers, so if you guys didn't have older brothers, there's plenty in the chat.
End of the world. There is an end of the world, but Jesus brought the end of the world at his first advent. And one way that we know this is that most of the time when you ask, that type of an evangelical Zionist or whatever,
let him pay. You know what I do, dude? I either do the super chat route or I do the Maryland approach, which is go to liturgy. Go to liturgy. Next week. Go to liturgy, man. Come back. Tell us how it was.
Does the reign of Christ begin? Oh, when he comes back. But every time Psalm 110, which is sit thou at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool, every time that's cited in the New Testament, it's cited about his ascension, which happened after he died and was resurrected. It's not about the end of the world. It's about the ascension. So the church is the kingdom. And if you go back and read the prophecies in Isaiah, in the Psalms that talk about the conversion of the Gentiles, that began when Jesus sent his apostles out throughout the Roman Empire. You have this prophecy in Daniel 2 that the empire under which this Messiah is born eventually becomes the kingdom of the Messiah. Within 3 centuries, the Roman Empire becomes essentially the Orthodox Catholic Church. So,
Alchemist says, I don't define myself by something I disagree with. Well, you kind of do. Your theology does, actually, Alchemist. I know you already know this, but you're still fighting it. The only way you can affirm a positive position for Christianity is to affirm a historical church that existed in Christianity, but you can't do that as a Calvinist. It's an ecclesiastical problem you have. It's the same problem the Muzzies have, unfortunately.
We see all of that as fulfilled when he ascended. And
you can't do it. You have to invent a fantastic image of history that you have to basically make a nominalist view of history, almost like restorationists are standpoint theorists. You guys know standpoint theory, like you retell history from the woman's perspective, you retell history from this perspective, from the black perspective. That's what basically all of heterodox ends up being. I'm just telling you. Just giving you the sharp knife here. You're basically like these postmodernist standpoint theory people. Like church history from my own personal feelings.
And began his reign.
No, Christ had a church. It was just in the mind.
In his church, thus there isn't an.
Everyone had a feeling back then.
The world, but we don't sit around speculating about.
Everyone had a feeling. All right, this is the end of this. Anyway, shout out to Jay. Congratulations on finally getting in the seats that you deserve to be in. You know, it's the perfect time, actually. I'm actually happy because, like, now there's such a nice, strong energy toward orthodoxy in America, and so there's not a better time than now for the best proponents, the best defenders to be put in the most public positions. So, nice job. All right, let's move over to evolution. This is a good one, Josiah. The best way to get to know a person is not just hearing about them, but spending time with them. Go to liturgy. Yes, go to liturgy. Get out of the propositional phase of theology. You know what? It's also similar. We grow up, we have an idealistic view in our 20s or whatever. It's not applicable. We have it in our mind how the world should be. Oh, I think it should be anarchistic. Can you practice that? No, it's in my head, though. I can think about it. Okay. When is it that your philosophy and your mindset and your paradigm can be practiced? When is that? And if it can't be practiced, you got to really look in the mirror if it can't be practiced. Because it's honestly, you can't teach what you can't practice. There has to be some applicable practice to it. I thought this guy does a pretty good job asking basic questions from Planet Peterson here about evolution.
Overwhelming amount of...
Peterson, yeah, prayers for Peterson. He's like about to have a child. His YouTube didn't take off the way, to be honest, the way I even thought he would take off. I thought early on when he moved over from TikTok to YouTube, he had 500 followers, and he grew pretty quick. But he's in a little bit of a rut. Humanity needed to be delivered from delusion and the wiles of other realms. Orthodoxy saves. Thank you so much. Yeah, it does.
Evidence for something, especially in a predictive model.
We do love you. No, we love you. We want you to go. Will you go, though? That's the question. Not theoretically go. Not read more articles or watch more videos on YouTube. We really want you to go to Divine Liturgy.
That is, I mean, science, evolution isn't like a fundamentally different kind of science.
Yes, it
is. The scientific method is the best we can do.
No, I already debated you on this, Planet Peterson. You admitted that you don't need the scientific method. So if the scientific method is the best you can do, but you can't do the scientific method with evolution, then you have to admit that evolution doesn't have the best you can do. It's not the best science. It's not science because you can't actually do it. Speaking of practice, right? Perfect transition here. You know, why are you adhering to something you can't practice? Okay? Same goes for science. Does Peterson do the Insufferable Destiny thing where he plays the video games while he plays debate? Yeah. Oh, this is new, I think. I think this is a new thing. Speaking of, I actually have to watch it because there's like pew-pews in it. Let me take the pew-pews off because I can't listen. They singled me out. I don't know what it is about my channel. They hate me. They hate me.
And so when all the predicted evidence materializes itself, I think that that's what you can call a fact.
Sure. So what the scientific process is something that's observable and repeatable. And if we are to observe...
Kind of.
How do
kind of the scientific process. It's not observable or repeatable. Is it observable? Kind of.
We observe humans evolving.
Well, if that happened, there would be evidence, and we have oodles of evidence of that.
Oodles.
So we evolved from what? From fish?
We evolved from... I'm telling you guys, the best way to counter evolution is ask the most simple, direct questions. They hate it so much. Now Peterson has to basically mentally prepare to say yes in a way. But how do you say yes to that?
One of our ancestors is a fish, but...
One of our ancestors is a fish. So, did we evolve from fish? Well, I mean, one of our ancestors was a fish.
We know more...
He's giggling.
Interesting. More recently, we know Homo heidelbergensis is our most immediate non-Homo sapiens ancestor.
We know this.
So
What is that?
It's the species of human that our population evolved from.
Uh-huh.
So they were humans?
They were a different species of human, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
there was a human that was a human, but it wasn't a human, and we evolved from a human. So let me get this straight. We evolved from a fish, but we also evolved from a human. Hey, Peterson, is there a human that doesn't look in any way, shape, or form or function like a human? Is that a human too? What did I say? Nominalism. One of the philosophical attacks on evolution is they keep granting themselves these categories that need to be static to talk about, and yet you go back and then they're like, oh, it's a human, but it's not a human. Is it a human? Is the fish one a human, just not yet fully human? Is it a partial human?
there are different species of dogs, for example.
They're dogs. That's already contradicting what you said. A different species of a dog is still a dog. You said we evolved from something that's not a human.
Canis lupus.
Okay, is that a canis? Is that a category?
I think that's what wolves are. And then there's what the hell's fox? It's vulpus, I think. So there are different species of canines, right?
Yeah.
There were different
Respect the
species of
fish.
human.
Sure. How did we get to the point where...
See what I'm saying? They get completely wrecked when you really zero in on this claim. There's a different species or type of a thing. The thing itself needs to exist in some way. Do you guys need me to draw this for you? Here, where are my evotards? Because you guys always miss this part. Watch. I'll show you. I'll show you right now. Okay? Watch. All right. So, he says this is a category of a type of animal. He's saying all of these things are different versions or types of this thing, right? The problem in evolution is that you don't have this thing because this thing somewhere in the line is this thing. So that means this thing, zoom out, right? Here, I'll draw it smaller here. And you'll notice this if you debate someone online, right, on Twitter, they'll come back to you with these images. And they'll always start with something that they assume is a static thing to make sense of it, like a mustard or something, a mustard plant. Well, in this case, this is like the canine category, and then all these different types of this thing. But the problem is this thing, when you zoom out, is now this. See what I'm saying? This is how they think. The problem with this is that is this thing this thing? Is it? They just arbitrarily branch things out, and there's never a solid tree. There's zero. It's never a solid tree that they're talking about. It's a completely arbitrary tree. There's nothing real about it. It's like pure insanity.
Or humans could diversify their species. Didn't they come from another species?
Yeah, I just said that. Homo sapiens came from Homo heidelbergensis.
I'm talking about before that. Where did they come from?
Homo erectus.
And where do they come from?
And so forth and so on. But at some point, you're not going to get something that's human, right? You're going to talk about how we came from fish.
Yeah. This is the killer right here. You guys ever notice when they teach evolution visually, the gradual meme, the meme of gradualism? Notice how it's framed with a standing human being, a type of kind of ape that kind of is standing upright, and then a hunched over ape, and then some other monkey or whatever, right? 4 frames, maybe 5 frames tops. Notice how they never leave that frame. And you go, oh, hold on a second. If evolution is true, you should actually be able to leave that frame. And once you do, they get all weird with their thinking. Oh, whoops. This guy did great. I don't know if he's a follower of mine or whatever, but shout out to this guy for just asking very basic questions.
It goes through so many iterations before we get to fish, but yeah.
See? How do you know when you get to fish then? The guy's asking, how do you know you got to human, basically, because it came from not human. Well, that has to, whatever you thought was before human, that's not a human, is itself in question. Is it that thing? Is it that thing? When is it a new thing? You don't know. There's no such thing as an actual thing. That's why in my debate with this guy, I actually said, under the evolutionary view, there really is no such thing as a whale. And it sounds so rhetorically insane to them because they're like, what do you mean? I saw one at SeaWorld. You're like, no, you don't understand. There's actually no such thing as a whale as a category.
There is going to become a part, like determining what you want to label. Like this thing gets this
Totally
label,
arbitrary.
that thing gets another label.
Uh-huh.
That act is a subjective act, but the data isn't subjective.
Sure. So did you observe when we came from fish into whatever we came into?
No, I didn't observe the year 1989 either, but there are...
1989 is not a process. That's a framework to capture physical events in time in relation to the sun or seasons or something like this. Some arbitrary framework for categorizing time. Total shift, like total dodge here. No, you don't observe the concept year because year is not presented as a biological reality. Whereas evolution is. This is such a dodge. They always try this. I get better and better at catching them on this nonsense. They do this all the time. No, we can't see the year 1980, but yeah, 1980 isn't a biological process.
Are so incredibly many things about 1989 we can say are true.
Nope. See, this is a total category error. Not even close.
Evolution's no different.
89.
Things that happened yesterday are knowable. Even you know that.
No. Things happening is the year 1980 is not a thing that happened in the physical space that you can point to. You're saying like the motion, the change of something that's a fish to a human is something that happens in time. Where?
So you're referring to 1989. A lot of things that happen are true because we can prove it.
What do you mean by proof? I agree with you, but what do you mean by that?
I mean, like, say there were some riots.
Determining 1989 is deductive, evolution is inductive. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's back
Justin.
then.
Thank you.
We
Justin.
probably have news articles. We probably have video. We probably have eyewitness testimony. It's like, yeah, we can prove that happened.
Yep. So there's evidence. So if things happen, they leave behind.
The caller, unfortunately, didn't catch on this. You don't. To say 1989 happened is to categorize a set of particular events that happen inside a framework. That's not the same. The events in 1989 didn't evolve into events that they aren't.
Physical evidence that can be collected. That's how evolution works.
I actually asked, just go to, dude, Savage, we already told you, go to Divine Liturgy. Any of the questions you're going to have for orthodoxy, at least give yourself, the advantage of asking your questions within the church framework, not outside of the church framework. Because that's not where you're going to get orthodoxy anyway. You're not going to get propositional orthodoxy. So just go to liturgy. You got the link. Find one near you. If you're going to ask questions about liturgy or orthodoxy online, you might as well skip a huge step, an important step. Just go right in the doors, man.
So we can look at genetics and we can look to the fossil record. For example, here I'll just put something up on my screen here.
So this is how humans came from sharks?
Sharks.
This isn't how humans came from sharks, but this is just evidence of common descent. But I was more specifically wanting to pull... Do I have the Tiktaalik up here?
Oh, yeah, Tiktaalik, my favorite.
Yeah, so this slideshow is a work in progress. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I guess I don't have a picture of it here. But we can track, like, the evolution of the modern mammalian jaw in the fossil record, for example.
See, what's a jaw? This is why I love debating these guys. They just say a jaw. Well, I'm sorry, just like a whale, you don't have a universal thing called a jaw. A jaw had to come from a not jaw the same way a whale had to come from a not whale. A liver had to come from a not liver. An eye had to come from a not eye. So not only does the organism and the classification it's a part of have to come from something it's not, everything inside the body has to come from something it's not. And then they don't get it. They just go, what are you talking about? You're saying jaws don't exist? Well, I mean, kind of, from the evolutionary view, they don't. What is a jaw when it's not a jaw?
Yeah, sir. I thought I had a Tiktaalik.
Oh, it's a previous jaw. No. That's still a jaw.
Like on here, because you specifically mentioned fish. I could pull that up for you if you want to, but...
Yeah, I'm curious about how we came from fish and sharks.
Yeah, so if we evolved from fish... then there should be a fish in the fossil record that is basically... So everybody knows what a missing link is supposed
oh boy, here we go.
To be. It represents kind of a chimera, a transition of one kind of body plan.
It represents... No, transition is... Talk about events you didn't witness. Hey, Peterson, transition is an event. A fossil's not an event. These people are lunatics. Wait... Didn't the eye come from the eye? Yeah, eye. Eyeball. Descartes. Eyeball see, therefore I see. In his Hexameron, St. Basil argued that the universe had a definitive beginning spoken into existence by God, directly opposing Anaximander. I haven't said that word in a long time. View of self-generating mechanical cosmos, evolution. Old and heretical. It is. Well, there's so much more. There's a lot of other problems. Obviously, you guys know my position about evolution being incompatible because of this universal, the nominalist problem. You can't have Christ take on just a particular creature, nominal, that's in flux. Christ has to take on the universal status of human. Otherwise, it's meaningless. There's no made in God's image. There's no redemption. There's no defeating death as universal as humanity. There's no stewardship from a human perspective or deontology at all. You're a human. This is what we do as humans. No, I'm not. I'm in flux. Oh, sorry. You thought I was a human? Sorry, I'm in flux.
Into another? So for fish to...
It's insane.
For life on land
crazy.
to be related to life on the sea, we would expect to see a fish that has like robust limbs and could spend some of its time out of the water. And we have that. Tiktaalik is exactly that. And then we have...
Nope. Even if you granted Tiktaalik was an animal that partially lived in the water and could flip out and hang out on the beach for a while, that doesn't follow that it became a human or is an ancestor to anything. How would you know that group of organisms didn't just die altogether?
Have other transitions before and after Tiktaalik, like Acanthostega and some others.
Oh.
So let me put that up here. Here. It takes...
The invite... Oh, do you want to debate evolution? We can skip Peterson if you want.
A second for this to... So, yeah, there you go. Tiktaalik's right there in the middle.
Yeah, that was like a couple million years ago, right?
380 million years ago, I want to say. Something like that.
You guys want this guy to come up? 8 minutes. Hit the goal. This guy comes up. This one right here.
All right, yeah, we just came from that. We were fish. We didn't have brains. Well, I guess fish have brains.
Fish have brains, yeah.
We have
Brains had to come from not brains, though. That's the problem again.
Fish brains, and then all of a sudden, kind of over 300 million years ago, that we all observed and we all agree on, we became walking human beings.
Yeah, I mean, saying all of a sudden and then saying 300 million years later is a bit ridiculous, but
but it's observable though, so we shouldn't question it.
The evidence, yeah.
Hey, crew. Hey, good. We're doing good. Thank you.
Yeah, but we shouldn't question the conclusion, right?
Go ahead and question the conclusion. Propose a different mechanism and then propose a model. Well, the model is the mechanism.
No.
Propose a different model that explains the data.
No. That's not That's not it, bro. That's not the same. You coming up with a story that explains the data is admitting that it's a story. Model. Explain a different model that explains the data. No, that's presupposing your interpretation of explaining the data, dude. You use your philosophy to interpret the data, which is an admission. I actually got him to admit this the last time I debated him. I said, wouldn't you say evolution, largely speaking, is a type of philosophical stance? Yeah, of course.
Humans and fish share genes. Propose a model that adequately explains why that's the case, and then find a way to prove it, to demonstrate that it's true. We've done that.
Genetics.
Yeah.
Certain animals have same genetic code.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have genetic code. So, I mean, you could forget theism for a second. You could actually propose a fairly coherent, not exhaustive, but fairly coherent view that some alien life form actually engineered us, and they used the same code, and the code, the similarity in function will show up as similarity in structure. That is to say, the physicality is an indicator of similarity in function. And this is not only true for DNA, but it's also true for anatomy too. Oh, look, similar bone structures. Do they happen to do similar things? Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all you can say about that. You don't really have to draw a conclusion other than that.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is that thing you just said begs for an explanation. Evolution came up with the explanation for that way more than 100 years before we could even test that idea. So really it made the specific prediction. The prediction came true. This goes back to the very first thing you asked me when you came up here. So what I'm saying is, if you want to reject that, then okay, but you have to give an alternative model that explains that data and can explain new data in the future.
Sure. So if I had to give an alternative model, not that I believe in this, but creation is honestly a better story than we evolved from fish.
How is it better?
Because it would actually give a reasoning, like a logical one.
And what would that be?
The creation story that, Adam and Eve were the first two humans, and we evolved.
Now the caller, admittedly, he, I'll say he kind of flounders here, because when we move to creation as a better explanation, we have to take a holistic approach for all of reality. We don't just take a material approach. We don't just say materialism, physicalism, naturalism. What better explains this? You have to move then to, for one approach would be, well, from a creation model, you would actually have a way of understanding the taxonomy in such a way that all of the things that we observe are part of larger categories ultimately have their starting categories plural. The difference is that's actually more coherent than their approach, which is all human categories and all other animal categories are all just one single category. And this is why they actually have their own creation myth. It's just a materialistic one, and they have to reduce it back to a single point. They don't say God with intentionality. They say Luca, the first universal common ancestor that all things come from. It's like saying God, except naturalist God. But that's not that's not coherent, because you can't make sense of categories themselves. So they're sitting here trying to argue about categories, and they're using categories to explain evolution, but evolution denies the categories. It's like people in like in a rubber room, honestly. Pretty sure trees and humans share genes, so what? All the stuff on Earth is made up of stuff on Earth. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Congratulations. Yep. They think things have similar function or similar composition, therefore they come from each other. That's insane. And then they try to move, by the way, in a debate, they try to move to, oh, so you deny paternity tests? Well, I looked into the paternity test thing. As it turns out, when you do a paternity test, you're actually looking at a very specific line that matches another specific line. You're not just saying things are similar, therefore they come from each other. It's a very specific line that you're looking at, and you're drawing out that one comes from the other. The other thing is you have access. You ever notice that on the Maury Povich show? To do a test, you actually have to have the referent present. That's the only way that works anyway, is you have access to the father to say if they're the father or not. That's the whole point. You don't have that with evolution. So not only is it a different line of DNA that they're looking at, that does a different function, but you have access to the referent that you're trying to match it up against. So it's silly, totally silly. All right, so we met the goal. Let me see where this is. Did I delete that? Let me see. Here, let's do this. Window capture. Where is this? Video. No, that's not it. Where is this? Video Ninja. I have to piss so damn bad. Where is this? There it is. No, that's group. Sorry. Window capture. Where is it? The hell? Is this how I shared it last time? Oh, I see. It's a browser. That's why. That's right. That's right, you guys. Where are you at, Video Ninja? Yeah. VD Ninja. Okay, hold on, you guys. I gotta pee. I'm just gonna play Peterson real quick. Video Ninja 1920 by 1080. Control. There we go. Is that up on the screen? Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on, you guys. Hold on a second. All right. This link is for who is the dude who wants to debate evolution. This is just for you guys, just for that guy. Okay. There's the link just for that guy. I'll be back in 1 second. Where you at? Where you at, yo? You run? Don't tell me you ran already. Come on, man.
Well, but we came from them.
How is that a better explanation?
Come on, bro.
Well, maybe it's not better because they're both kind of mythological. So
no, one has evidence. One is literally just a story, and all of the evidence contradicts that story.
So just because you're kind of begging the conclusion.
No, I'm telling you what we know about the data.
See, this is how Peterson moves around, right? This is how it goes. All right, he's here. Hold on a second. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Just one second. No, it's not on, but you don't need your camera if you don't want to. It's okay.
I'm no nerd, but it bet Fortnite code looks pretty similar from character to character with differences. Or website code probably looks pretty similar with specific differences.
Really? Copy. I don't know why this isn't showing up. Let me see. Copy. Can you talk?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you guys hear him? Can you guys hear him? I just want to test the audience, make sure they hear me. Yep. You, I mean, yeah. There's a tiny delay for them, so just sorry. I just don't want to have a conversation and them not hear you.
No worries, man. I get you.
Can you guys hear the guest? Yeah? Okay, cool. All right, let's take Peterson off here. All right. So you're affirming evolution, yeah?
Yep.
And can you define evolution for me so I know what exactly you're defending?
Yeah, I think the general idea with evolution is small changes over large periods of time, which would give. I think that's a
small changes over time. Okay.
Over a long period of time.
And to say something has changes, is it fair to say if you say something's changing, that the thing itself has an identity, and then there's characteristics about the identity that change?
Like I would look at, that there was some type of creature, and then maybe it in itself. And when I mean creature, I think we normally mean at like population scale is when we start talking about a creature. That we notice differentiations in characteristics that it exhibits in the world.
Yeah, what I'm saying is in order to speak coherently about changes, you need some identity to say this identity has changes. For instance, if I throw a cow in a freezer and I go, look at the changes in the thickness of its hair, that's a change of a particular property or characteristics of the cow itself, right?
In a certain aspect, maybe sure, but normally what we're looking at is like things in reference to similar things.
No, but things, that's what I'm saying is things, to say things are similar to other things, you're actually necessitating two different categories, one thing, X, and another thing, Y. And so what I'm trying to get from you is in order to say there's changes in, let's say there's variation in human beings, right? Different skin, different height, hair color, etc., health issues. To talk coherently about the difference in the variety in human beings, you have to hold to a category called human beings so that you can talk about the changes and variation in the category human beings.
Yeah, but we're looking at the human being, the Homo sapien as a whole, as a species, much like we would look at a dog with different colors. We would still understand that a dog and a wolf are the same species, even though they have different kind of characteristics.
Yes.
The main
so the answer
separation would happen. The main difference would happen would be when at population scale that we notice that there is a clear distinction between the two.
Population means that there's a universal of the thing you're saying is there's a population of. So do you agree that a population of canines is not the same as the population of humans?
Well, yeah, they're They're
Okay.
different species.
And to say there are different kinds of human beings in regards to their features and characteristics, there's variety. To say there are a variety of ice cream flavors, it necessitates that there's a thing called ice cream. So when I say there's a variety of ice cream flavors, I'm not actually saying there's a variety of pizza, right?
Yeah, it's kind of self-referential.
Yes, but the thing is, evolution
Well,
posits...
hold on. I would actually hold on. Because all we're really using is using that word as a descriptor to convey a thought. So, like when you say ice cream, I could be envisioning just plain, like just plain milk fat ice cream, like frozen ice cream.
Yeah.
While you could be depicting, I don't know, fucking tiger
That's right.
flavored ice cream or whatever.
But it's still ice cream, right?
Well, but when we're actually getting down to distinctions and definitions, that's when we're actually conveying an understanding or
Of a
trying
what?
to convey a thought.
Yeah, well, no, not
what-
just hold on, not just a thought. We're actually using descriptors for things in the world. Referent. So
Right,
ice
so there
cream.
might be-
Ice cream is a
So there-
referent. Hold on a second. Ice cream is a referent, and so if I say ice cream, there could be some hypothetical scenario where in a culture, ice cream, the sound of those words, they don't even know what ice cream is. They're actually referring to a type of frog. That's possible, but the thing is, what we're talking about is the referent. And so when I say there's variation in human beings insofar as their characteristics, hair, skin color, height, etc., we're still referring to a collective category called human beings, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Evolution posits that the collective of human beings themselves are in flux, that the categories itself is in flux, not just the particular changes in the category, but the category itself is in flux.
See, I wouldn't really accept that, because then it's just kind of looking at then nothing has a category, therefore definitions and descriptors literally have no terms.
That's right. Do you adhere to that?
Nonsensical.
Yeah, therefore evolution is nonsensical because that's what it reduces to.
No, it does if you just assert it do.
No,
So-
it's that you just told me it's the entailment of the rejection of these categories and everything's in flux. Then there's no coherent way to talk about, which is my argument against evolution. Here, I'll demonstrate it. There has to be a time under the evolutionary process where humans, as we know them today, are not categorically what it was before.
Right, at a population level.
Yes. So what is the population you're referring to? If it precedes human, it's not yet human, but it's almost human?
No, science has very clearly made a distinction between like Neanderthals. Those are a distinct type of human.
Okay,
Those are different
okay.
than from
You just
today.
You just used the word type of human. What I'm saying is,
I know.
listen.
Well,
Listen, hold on.
An
If
ape, I should say, if anything.
Hold on. If evolution is true, there has to be a creature that precedes human, types of human. There has to be a creature that precedes, quote, types of human.
Which there are.
Okay, what's the thing that's not human that became human?
Well, it would be ape. Like, I want to. Okay, I'll try and understand where your position is. Like, what is your boiled down? What is your view? Is it just that everything, like, I'll let you answer. I won't.
Why are you asking my
words
view?
in your mouth.
You're defending evolution right now.
Because I'm trying to understand where your worldview is coming from.
No, it's your worldview defending evolution. It's not mine. I could be an atheist right now and actually use the same criticism against evolution. It doesn't matter where I'm coming from because I'm doing an internal critique of evolution. Now, to not skip away from the question, isn't it true if from the evolutionary view, the philosophy of evolution, is that the category of humans, the category of apes, if you want, apes, there has to be a moment in time where non-apes preceded apes and became apes from non-apes.
Right.
That's what you have to hold to, right?
Right. I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, the problem is you can't tell me a static category called apes or humans or pre-apes because the categories themselves are in flux. There is no objective categories for any of them.
Right, and it's looking at
Right?
what similar characteristics of this thing are more likely associated rather than
Okay, similarity, right? Similarity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. If things that are more recently closely related are ancestors of each other because of similarity, isn't it true that the further you go back, things become less similar than they are today?
They would become more similar.
No, not collectively more similar at the time. I'm saying a human being and what we are today is entirely dissimilar to the first ever ancestor we came from.
So
it's a yes or no
maybe
question.
put that in a different way if you can, or ask it again.
Okay, if one of our ancestors is a fish, really far like from the Evo view, way back in time, one of our ancestors is a fish. Are we using similarity between fish and human to determine that?
Are we using the similarity between fish and human to determine that?
Yeah, you use similarity, like you use similarity, anatomical similarity, for more recent ancestors to say, oh, look, we're similar to them, therefore we have a common ancestor. But the problem is, if you go back far enough, you have to find there's going to be a threshold at which dissimilarities, you have to argue that dissimilar things are actually our ancestors.
Well, so that's the thing. Like, we can look even within like the fossil record of the prediction that with regards to where things have come from and the just kind of basic understanding of like.
No, that doesn't work, man, because the same problem applies that if you're going to argue things show up where you think they should inside of the layers, then if you go back far enough, the ancestors of those things would show up in completely opposite layers, because from your view, things that are from the sea come to land, and things that are on the land used to be in the sea, and it could be the case that things that are on land are heading to the sea, and vice versa, and so forth. So there is no ultimate standard that you're using to determine ancestry other than things share similar anatomical features, genetic features. That's it.
So even if that was the case, like in dealing with the absolute, like is that your point of contention, that it has to be an absolute, like things cannot.
My contention is
unchanging,
my contention ultimately is evolution is posited as an event that occurs.
But it's
first
still
of all
occurring.
No, that's begging the question. So the evolutionary process is an event. It's a process. You're saying a Pakicetus, which is was a land animal that's the size of a wolf, that looks more like a cow or something like that, in 50 million years evolved enough, it had enough changes to itself that it morphed generationally, it morphed into a whale. That's a claim. That's a process claim.
But if you have evidence to make that assertion and like that it can be demonstrated through, you can see evolutionary changes through a population.
How do you see evolutionary changes through a population to come to the conclusion that a land animal the size of a wolf became a whale?
Because in terms of scale of time, through a population, through natural selection, through genetic difference.
That's not saying anything. You're pointing to the mechanism that you're trying to explain that a Pakicetus, a land animal, became a whale. I asked you specifically, what are you observing that you came to the conclusion that a land animal the size of a wolf became a whale in 50 million years? What are you actually looking at?
We would be looking at their bone structure. We could see differences from a similar thing to the Pakicetus, where it changes, and we can see over time that those changes seem similar to
hold on. You keep asserting the thing over the thing you're finding. When you find a particular fossil, a bone structure, let's say a full skeleton, when you find a skeleton in the ground, do you witness a process?
Well, no, you're not.
No.
You're not seeing that. You're seeing a snapshot of a slide of a movie.
Yeah,
You're
thank
pulling
you
out
for
one
thank you for
slide.
yes, thank you for
So-
admitting that what you're doing is you're actually appealing to an animation, a movie in your head, and you're filling in the movie in your head that you're presupposing and finding frames to complete the movie in your head, and you're calling it science.
So with regards to like the movie analogy, we're just looking at, okay, there was a snapshot. Here's a snapshot in the historical record, where it is through like
Snapshot of what?
sedimentary record. Just the Earth over time, just in general, we can see the differences with regards to how things change. This is why we
No.
know
Stop
that-
saying how things change. We just agreed that you don't actually observe change. You observe a particular snapshot of a single organism. Now, I'll ask you a different question to demonstrate why this is not a good standard. If you find a skeleton of something and it looks like something today, but it's different enough, but it's close enough for you to go, wow, it's similar in anatomy. How would you tell if that thing is an ancestor of the current thing, or that thing actually just died out altogether completely? Never actually reproduce after. How would you know?
So the thing just like was a freak of nature and just
No, not a
didn't
freak of nature.
reproduce?
No, not a freak of nature. There are plenty of organisms that actually die out.
Right. So it itself became a genetic dead end.
Well, hold on. From the evolutionary view, 99% of all existing animals died out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a freak of nature, or is that actually what's typical?
No, but I'm saying like for a population to suddenly become inert, infertile, and unable
Like
to
dinosaurs?
reproduce, well, no, they were wiped out by.
Yeah, I'm not
by
saying they're incapable of reproducing. Obviously, if they're wiped out by a natural disaster, they're also it's impossible for them to reproduce, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So how would you know a
bit of
fossil?
entailment then?
So how would you know if a fossil you found was part of a population that continued, or was a population that just died out?
Well, that's where we actually see within the fossil record is those stops. Like,
Did you get my question? How would you know that you're finding an animal that actually continued its genetic lineage and produced the thing today, or whether or not you found something that just died out?
well, so like with say like the early type of human is the snapshot and the look of like, okay, these things are similar, they make more sense. And
What did I
we're
ask you?
seeing Well, you said if we just
What did I
found
ask
something and
you?
it looked similar.
What did I ask you?
You said if we found something and it was just a dead end, something that got wiped out, how do we confirm whether or not it's the end of that species
Or it
line,
continued? Yeah.
or it
So
continued?
what's the methodology that you're going to use when you find a single fossil that you're assuming is a part of a larger population? How would you know whether or not that thing you found is an ancestor that continued its lineage and became this other thing that has similar anatomy, or it completely died out? How would you determine it?
We continue through excavation, through like just normal oh man, I'm blanking on the fucking word now. Like
But when you
geograph or oh my god, dude. Like sedimentary, like, searching of, oh my god.
Searching.
Come on.
Searching.
Through like excavations, we could find
Excavations.
fossils and yeah.
So you find fossils,
So-
and I asked you, if you find a fossil, how would you determine whether or not the fossil you're finding is a part of a population that died out or a population that continued? Your methodology is search for more fossils.
Yeah. So yeah, to find a more complete image of similar type of fossils.
No. Similarity, the thing is, if you find similar fossils, how would you determine whether or not those things died out and you found a dead population, or it was the early form of something that continued? What's the methodology you're using? You're just saying find more fossils, but the question still stands. Finding more fossils, you don't know whether or not what you're finding is an early ancestor that continued its lineage or it just died out. You're just finding things that died.
Okay, so even if we did find things that just died,
Uh-huh.
then that doesn't even argue that we don't see that there is a chain of events.
Chain would mean they didn't die.
So I'm saying from a chain of events that we could see, this creature, we can see different changes within that population.
You don't see changes. Change is an event, bro. Change is an event. You don't see an event when you find a fossil. Okay, so I'll put it this way. In order to say a previous thing you found is the ancestor of the thing that's alive today, you're actually assuming the thing you found continued its lineage.
Okay, even that, if that was the case,
it has to be the case.
No, I'm saying even if it was, okay, fine, even if that was the case, that hey, we found a bunch of bones of a thing, and it looks like it's in association with, or it might actually have characteristics that are more similar to this.
Okay,
cool. Why a hyena is more associated.
You ever see a raccoon hand?
But you
ever see a raccoon hand?
Like a raccoon of today?
Yeah. Current raccoon skeleton hand. You ever see one?
Okay.
If raccoons didn't exist today, you've never seen them, but we found a raccoon hand, however long you wanted to date it, would you come to the conclusion, because it looks like a human hand but smaller, would you come to the conclusion that our ancestor was a raccoon?
That I wouldn't know necessarily what the exact parameters that would either make it associate or be disassociative.
Well, you said, and I'll tell you, I'll actually tell you, the thing you use as a standard is similarity. And so if raccoons didn't exist, and they existed a long time ago, but they just died out for some reason, if you found a bunch of hands, you might say, look, it's so similar to a human hand, but smaller, it must be our ancestor. And I'm asking you, well, how do you determine whether something's an ancestor that you found by way of similarity in anatomy, or it's just an animal that has similar anatomy that died out?
But I don't see where the difference or the argumentation for this must be the thing.
What?
I don't see where that difference is.
Must be what
from.
Thing?
Like, if we're looking at, let's just say, a raccoon hand, we found one, and the raccoons no longer existed. But if there's more things that we can associate, or we can see whether it is through morphological changes or genes,
you keep
you
keep assuming changes, bro. Listen, if you just keep doubling down on this thing called changes, the thing in question, the changes is the thing you're trying to prove, right? You keep using changes as your evidence. That's the thing you're trying to prove, bro. Changes. Do you understand that? Every time I go, how do you know there were changes that...
Because we don't see... Okay. Oh, am I losing you?
You're just echoing. I don't know if you changed something on your end. You're echoing now.
I evolved. I apologize.
Maybe you turned on the stream or something? Something changed where you're now echoing, though.
No, I'm in a bit of a dead spot.
Oh, there.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
better.
in a bit of a dead spot.
Yeah, so I'm asking, when you look at a fossil that has similar anatomy to a current thing today, you're assuming that thing existed, and through genetic mutation and the four mechanisms of evolution, that it produced the thing today. But you're basing it off of similarity. You're trying to prove changes from one thing to another over a long period of time. But I'm asking you a very strict question here, which is, if you find something that has some genetic or let's say anatomical, phenotypical, not genetic, if you find something that has any similarity, phenotypical, anatomical similarity, how would you know that the thing you're looking at is the ancestor that continued its lineage to become what you think it is today, as opposed to it's just a thing that had similar function and similar anatomy that just died out?
Right. So there is a level of assumption that goes along with this stuff, and whether or not it actually correlates. And that's normally what science does. It's like it's a self kind of correcting system that this either makes sense or makes less sense.
You mean science
So
as
it's
a method? Are you talking about science as a method?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the
Yeah.
scientific method is?
Observation, hypothesis, tests, and then conclusion.
Yeah, tests like an experiment. Yeah. So, okay, if you think evolution passes through that methodology, can you start? Let's just do like we're in 7th grade. What's the observation?
Observation would be something like we found something that looks like human remains. Let's just say that's the initial
So
observation.
you observed a singular thing that looks like, in some anatomical way, looks like something else. That's the observation.
Right.
And what's the hypothesis?
A hypothesis could be, if this was assumed to be true, if humans evolved, and we see this bone, or this whatever, this thing that looks similar or has similar characteristics to, say, our skeletal structure today, I would say that the hypothesis could be that if evolution is true, we would find similar or dissimilar type of skeletal structure inside sedimentary rock or anything like that.
No. That's just going back to an observation. You're basically saying, here's an observation. If my hunch about the observation is true, I'll observe more things. No. The question would be proper in science to say, the thing that you're looking at is similarity between anatomy, between something you found and something that exists today. The question is, what causes the similarity?
Sure. Even if that's the case, sure.
Okay.
I don't see a problem with that.
If the hypothesis is, the question is what causes similarity, what are you inserting as the cause of the similarity?
Well, we would look at, say,
Not
time
look-
scale.
No.
DNA.
Time doesn't cause anything. So what causes similarity between anatomy?
Normally, like production and change.
Genetic change? Change causes similarity?
Well, normally it's like through environmental factors or isolation, some type of outside force.
What's the outside force? What's the thing that causes the similarity between the thing you found and the thing that exists today?
It'd be through their skeletal structure.
No,
What
skeletal
looks similar and
structure.
what looks dissimilar.
That doesn't cause it. No, that's explaining what's similar. Skeletal structure. Similar skeletal structure doesn't cause similar skeletal structure.
But I'm saying that we can observe through the fossil record these
Similarities.
So I think the question of if this is true, if theory is true, if
You didn't get to a theory, bro.
whatever, that
No.
we would see this. Okay,
Theory-
so then we'll
theory-
continue
sorry,
on with
theory-
The basic question.
No,
So,
theory.
observation.
Theory. Hold on. Theory comes after the scientific method. So you don't bring in the theory. You don't get to theory in the second step. You have to first say, what am I looking at that's an observation in nature? The observation in nature you're seeing is anatomical similarities between thing found and thing today. The question is, what causes the similarities? So far, you've just said the similarities.
Right. So we would look at what causes change. So would it be environmental? Would it be like any outside force?
What do you
That
mean
would be
change? No.
what caused the change.
No. You're actually looking at similarities. You're actually referring to something that didn't change. Similarity means it didn't change. It's similar.
Similar as in like, not a 100% replica.
Okay. So then you'd have to say what causes differences, and it would be the same cause, right?
Yeah, I think environmental.
Yeah. This is not science, man. This is
does
total
change.
this is total pseudoscience. You're basically saying Here's something that's similar to another thing. What causes that? And yet at the same theory is saying it also causes the things that are dissimilar. This is why I've told you through your methodology of going to the quote fossil record, you're using similarity to draw out your hunch that evolution is accounts for changes between one thing into another thing based on similarity. But the problem is you also hold that dissimilarity, that things are completely dissimilar and they're still ancestors of each other. So either they're similar or they're dissimilar. To you, it's all they changed. Everything's changing into another thing ongoingly, whether they're similar or not similar. It really doesn't tell me anything, man. All it tells me is you have an abstract view of a story of things changing from one thing to another. And when I ask you, how do you determine one thing changed from one thing to another over time? And you say similarity. And I go, well, aren't you also holding that dissimilar things anatomically turned into things that are not like it? Yeah, that's also true. Here, let's get more granular with it. Do you know what the vestibular system does?
No, explain it.
The vestibular system with human beings is a very complex system that's present in both sides of the head by the ear. It's actually connected to the whole system. And what it does is it accounts for our balance and spatial awareness. From the evolutionary view, the same way a Pakicetus was once not a whale, but in 50 million years became a whale, the same view has to be true of mechanical things like the vestibular system. That is to say, there has to be a point in time from the Evo view where the thing we have today called the vestibular system actually comes from a system it's not. It has to be made. It has to be engineered, right? It has to. Go ahead.
No, I don't think it has to be engineered.
It has to. Well, it's actually worse. You have to hold the view that it has to incidentally come into existence, right?
Yeah, that happens all the time.
It happens all the time. Tell me when. No. Tell me when a workable, functional system that has tasks comes into being randomly and incidentally.
It happens all the time.
That doesn't tell me a single position. Tell me an example.
Animals.
No, tell me an example when from random mutation, from just incidental organization of cells, incidentally builds a task-oriented system that does something specific in the body, and it comes into existence incidentally. One example.
But your whole thing is already presupposing that this thing had an idea, and
I didn't say idea. I said nothing about ideas, bro. I said nothing about ideas.
No, but
I'm holding your view.
Presupposing that like the vestibular system didn't exist, but something had to coax it in order for the vestibular system to become the vestibular
it's even worse.
System.
It's even worse than that, dude. I'm actually in your system. I'm presupposing that your system says it's actually random mutation that incidentally over time produces the vestibular system.
In a population, yes.
In a population.
It probably served because it served a better purpose
better
than, say, the
I'm sorry.
population.
Who's presupposing you're saying things like better. Who's presupposing now? Better? Better than what?
Yeah, for the continuation
better than what?
Of population. For the
a population that doesn't have spatial awareness?
Yeah, I'd assume if you can't eat, hear, see, and all our five senses, yeah, I'd say it's someone that does have those five senses.
Hold on.
Probably going to function.
Okay, cool.
In the population.
Okay,
better.
so
population will function.
So
better.
if the vestibular system, which accounts for spatial awareness, comes into existence at the population level, isn't it true that that population lived a long time without it?
Not necessarily, no.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
Some similar form.
No.
It's not like the vestibular system doesn't exist and then it's.
I know that. I know that makes your view
functions.
that makes it even worse, dude. The thing you're gonna say a proto-vestibular system exists. This is what you guys do every time. The thing that exists with high precision function today, that's a necessity for life, for every part of our body. You know, we have a liver, we have a heart, we have a brain, we have a spine. All of these things, our body is dependent on the mereology of these things working together. But you have to hold that there's a time and
Yeah, but
place.
they work in conjunction.
Yeah, it makes your argument even worse because conjunction and mereology also has to be the product of randomness.
Yeah, but that doesn't defeat anything. Like, that's just
It makes your
do be like that.
No. That means that you're taking an unreasonable approach and a mathematically impossible approach. If at best
How is it
improbable.
mathematically impossible?
I'll tell you.
Then-
Look, improbable because you're arguing that accidental interactions inside of a previous body of a population that already exists, that can manage quite well on its own, is made up of mechanisms that are perfectly suitable for the population to exist. But incidentally, over time, it accidentally constructs highly precise systems. You have to say that happened. When I ask you, how does that happen? You say what? It just does.
Yeah, brute facts are totally fine. I don't know why it has
It's
to
a
have
brute fact that
qualifier.
It's a brute fact that random mutations produced a highly specified system like the vestibular system.
Yeah, through
How is that a brute fact?
in that things change.
Things change,
Say
therefore.
Your view, your word of a proto-vestibular system or any system within the human body, there was already some form of something already there.
Yeah, you grant yourself. No.
with the
That's not true.
myriad systems.
That's not true. Because under the evolutionary view, if I grant you a bunch of proto things that already exist, that you just say they already existed, guess what? From your view, you have to go back in time where those things had to be produced randomly.
Yeah, and I don't see the conflict.
You don't see the
with that
conflict?
assertion.
Cool. The conflict is this. It's your claim. So can you tell me an example of an organism from random mutation producing highly specified, task-oriented, necessary mechanisms in the body?
So you're looking for like a engineered design?
I didn't say the word engineer
purpose-built?
and design, bro.
So then, I don't.
What did I ask you?
Understand
What did I ask you?
You're ultimately trying to.
What did I
get
ask
to.
you? Start with what I asked you.
Something like a system within a body with a very.
That's not what I asked you.
Particular
That's not.
honed.
Listen closely. Listen closely.
Sorry, then say it again.
Your evolution argues that the four mechanisms of evolution, starting with random mutation, genetic drift, and the other two, produces over time, through random mutation, produces highly specialized mechanisms like the vestibular system. Can you give me an example of genetic mutation in conjunction with the other three mechanisms of evolution producing a highly specialized, task-oriented system in the body?
I don't mean within conjunction with three mechanisms of evolution. I'm saying that all of these systems are kind of intertwined with each other.
They have to come from.
Better
Dude,
hearing,
how are you not getting this? Intertwined is the mereology. You don't just start with intertwined organisms that work together, right? That system of intertwined mechanisms, those intertwined mechanisms that work together have to actually be produced by random mutation, right?
Yeah, that's
cool.
That's fine.
I'm asking for something much easier on the test. I'm not even asking you to produce the mereology system of these mechanisms working together. I'm asking you for one example of random mutation producing a task-oriented system that has to do something.
Random mutation.
Producing a mechanism that has a task in the body. Show me an event where random mutation produces a mechanism that does something that the body actually needs it to do from random mutation.
I think that's more an emergent property rather
Emergent
than
property,
intentional
of course.
design.
Okay. Do you know what emergent property means?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the absolute intended, but it just happens to do that thing. It eventually becomes
Okay.
that thing.
So I'm asking you, give me an example of genetic mutation producing incidentally a system that just happens to be really good at what it does.
But that's not how evolution works.
Yeah, that's the claim. It's exactly the claim of how it works.
Like, no, the claim isn't like there was no liver ever and then a fully functioning
So
liver
eternal
just
liver? So
existed.
that's your view that an eternal proto-liver existed? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, all our stuff is always altering and changing. Mind you, we don't
Always
we're not really in the,
uncreated? No, hold on a second. You just said that you don't hold the view that there was a time where the liver didn't exist. That means you have to hold the view that the liver always existed.
within like humans.
No,
Yeah,
just the.
so-
No. Let's go back to the most proto version of what you guys hold a liver to be. A patch of cells that just incidentally processes a thing called toxins, which, by the way, needs some sort of relatedness to the organism, a disadvantaged relatedness to the organism. So you're saying that the patch of cells that became the organized form of the liver just started as a patch of cells that was reactive to toxins. Okay, you have to hold from the evolutionary view that that patch had to develop from not a patch.
Yeah, and that's fine.
No, it's not, because
Random
that's the thing I'm asking for an example of. Give me one example of random mutation producing a functional, advantageous, highly specific mechanism in the body that does a thing.
Well, but so to go from no liver to fully functioning liver.
I didn't ask
it
that,
simple.
dude. No.
Well, but that's like okay, so something
That's what you-
through random mutation that just suddenly functioned exactly how it was designed to function.
No, I didn't say design. It's worse for you, bro. You don't. If it was designed, you'd be better off arguing that. You're actually arguing that it's incidental. That means it acts. That everything. Look, think about your view, man. The view. Everything in your body does something, right? The brain does something. Many of the things do multiple things. But everything in the body has a purpose in the body for the body. It all works together like a giant city, right? Your view.
No, our fucking bodies are highly inefficient. They're really good for what we need, but are you kidding me? We have weak little shit meat sacks. Our brains fall apart. Our bodies get riddled with disease and everything else.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Like-
Cool. So here's the thing. It still does something. The body does something, right? All the organs in the body, they do something for the body, right? Whether or not you think they're up to par with your idea it is irrelevant. What we're saying is that each of the things in the body has a function in the body, for the body, and in relation to other things in the body. So the evolutionary view is that all of the things that it does, all the things that the brain does, including thinking, from the evolutionary view is actually incidental. That means it just
It's emergent
incidentally.
property.
Okay, it just incidentally is capable of thinking, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if something's incidental, you would have to argue that there's no proper or improper way it functions, right? It's just incidental.
We can look at like through kind of normal, like through general population, like how a brain functions. We can look at that and we can see the dissimilarities to a brain that, say, isn't functioning properly.
Dude, I just asked you, can you say from your view that a brain is not functioning properly?
No, I'm not a neuroscientist.
No. Can a neuroscientist say, hey, your brain's not functioning properly?
I would say probably to a certain degree, yeah.
Okay, so how could you say something functions properly or improperly if what it does is purely incidental?
Well, because we look at what the emergent properties of that thing is.
No, look, if I
like
tell you the emergent, look, if I don't even grant the emergent property concede to that, because like the term emergent property is looking at a higher state of operation from a lowered state of operation. If you say thinking, do you believe that people can think properly, like logically?
Yeah, I don't see why people couldn't.
Okay, does that mean there's an improper way to think?
There could be.
There could be an improper way to think?
Yeah, I think so. I think we could definitely associate that there are people who do not or are incapable of thinking. You know, think like the people that don't have an internal monologue. What is it like? What is it, like three out of 10 people, like 30% of the population, doesn't have an internal monologue. Like they literally can't think internal thoughts.
Okay.
So we would associate that that's a dysfunction.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. Can you have a dysfunctional heart or a dysfunctional liver or dysfunctional spine?
Yeah.
Okay, to say it's dysfunctional assumes that it has proper function, right?
Through a general population that we could evaluate, that this seems like, say, okay, so with regards to,
So you're saying atypical? Atypical.
Sure.
Okay, so when you say
like
when you
the
say
average, and then this looks abnormal.
When you say proper, you're saying what's average and typical, and what's improper is abnormal, right?
Sure.
Okay, if people their thinking had them come to illogical conclusions about stuff, deductively, inductively, if the majority, the typical, was improper thinking, would you now say that that was proper thinking because it was the majority, it was the typical way the brain worked, was coming to false conclusions?
We eventually would have to, yeah.
You would have to say that if so long as the typical outcome for the population is that they came to incorrect conclusions about logic and math and the rest, that you'd have to say that that was proper thinking.
Yeah, I think we look at what the general population, how this thing, say the brain, how it functions, and then we associate that with kind of general population.
Got you.
The general
So
population suddenly thinks that, you know, putting Powerade on your plants makes them grow faster.
Yeah.
I mean, all right, I guess the dumb kind of went out there, like in my view.
Well, no, they're not dumb. They're actually thinking
That's
properly.
what we reference. Right.
Yeah. So they'd be thinking
I know,
properly.
that's the crazy thing with a population. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
So
that's why I said, like, in my view, anyway.
So how do you know that? How do you know that we're in a population where the majority, the typical thinking, is proper or not?
Because
Oof.
we don't have a bunch of like people with Downs running around. I don't know what I can say on your stream, so
You can actually. It's pretty much the end of the road, right? Because if you hold that, even if you had the majority of people who believed in evolution or believed anything, basic math equations, if you just admitted that whatever's typical, you actually don't know if what's typical insofar as thinking properly is in fact true. It just happens to be typical. You don't know today if any of the majority of thinking minds are typically functional or dysfunctional.
I mean, maybe even if that's the case, but that's how we function and look at these things. We can look at the normative position of something.
You don't know if the normative position is functional or dysfunctional.
No, we literally look at how the population.
You don't know if the population's function. No, you don't know if the population, using its brain or anything else it's doing, teaching math, whatever, teaching history, teaching evolution, even better. You don't know if the typical held use of the brain, because you argue that it comes from emergent properties that are produced from random mutation, because you can't say whether or not the typical operation of the brain is properly functioning or not. You can't tell me whether or not the typical conclusions from using our reason and our faculties is actually correct or not.
So even if that was the case, then I could just easily just assert that, well, back when Christianity was dominating the world, so I'm just...
Yeah.
So when it was believed that when the belief of Christianity exists, that is how the world is, and then
you'd have to say that
our thinking kind of changed
Well,
over time.
change isn't what's in question, bro.
To a
No.
heliocentric type of view.
Change isn't from your own view. You couldn't even know what's true because whatever is typically held let's look at it this way. In order to argue that there are true beliefs or there's truth that is accessible, you have to argue that there is a proper way to think. If you hold that the only proper way to think you're just making synonymous with what's typical, then what's true is just what's typically held. It's over. You don't even have any epistemology at that point. You can't even argue for evolution at that point.
So then, even if that's the case, then where do you ground yours?
Where do I ground my
logic,
epistemology?
Your understanding.
Oh, I ground. Well, let's look at what first of all the ontology of logic. So, grounding logic is to say logic exists. Guess what? From your view, you can't even say logic exists. So tell me what logic
can I
is.
Grab logic?
No.
Right. So the word logic.
Yeah. Lots of logic.
Metaphysical. It doesn't exist.
Yes.
Right?
Well, no, it doesn't. It's not concrete. But to say it doesn't exist is silly because would you say knowledge exists?
No, not necessarily. No.
So
it's
knowledge doesn't exist. Okay. Does
knowledge
truth?
is a descriptor? Knowledge is a descriptor of a lot more things than knowledge.
A lot more
knowledge
things.
Itself is not
like
a
what?
thing.
What's it?
Knowledge itself.
What's it a descriptor of?
So it would be a descriptor of.
One example. One example.
Like. Descriptor of knowledge.
No, you said knowledge is a descriptor of a thing. Experience, but that's not physical. So now experience is a new descriptor. So experiences
right, so
exist.
It's a combination of things.
Do experiences exist?
In so far as the brain, yeah, sure.
No. The brain is a thing. The experience you're saying is distinct from the brain, or just brains exist?
No, well, brains exist, and we have experiences. People have experiences.
Are experiences real?
In so much as that they are confined within our brains, yeah.
Okay, what is an experience made of if it's physical? Because you're saying what's not physical, like knowledge, doesn't exist. It's just a descriptor. So what's an experience if you're going to reduce it to a physical object?
Well, knowledge would be experiencing the world as we
No.
interact with
What's the ontology of an experience?
Interacting with the world. Maybe seeing cause and effect type of things happening.
No, cause and effect is an event. An experience would be to say that you're observing the event.
Yeah, sure. As I said, like interacting, seeing things.
No, there are interactions in the world that are not experiences of themselves. Like a rock falling down a mountain is an event, and it's not an experience. It's not experienced by the rock. There's no self-knowledge of the event. It's just an interaction in the world. So if you're saying that your experience is merely the brain interacting with something in the world, well, you don't even see that. Like if I sit you down and I put you in the wilderness, and there's the external world of the wilderness, and there's just you actually could be totally static sitting there, and you wouldn't actually observe the interaction between your thoughts and the external world, right?
Sure.
Okay. So that means that when you're arguing, well, what justifies or accounts for the immaterial, we have to first get you to admit that reality isn't just composed of the material.
So then what's it composed of?
Well, hold on a second. Do you agree that, can you see that if you just held a belief that everything was just material, could you see that you'd have to deny that truth exists because truth wouldn't be material?
Right. Truth itself is not material.
Does it exist?
I guess as much as we apply to it. So truth would just be an observation, a shared observation, and does it comport with reality?
Well, no, hold on a second. Reality itself is a concept. So the reality itself, you can't find reality as an item in the world. So you're just
interacting things with right now.
No.
So, as far
the
as
thing
I
reality.
understand-
Hold on a second. Reality itself, as a concept, as an abstraction, can you find that as a singular thing in the world?
Reality, well, it's what the descriptor that we give to describing what is real.
What is real? Okay,
the
cool.
world.
We're talking about what's real in the world. So when you look at the world and what you're saying is real in the world, you're saying a set of particulars are real in the world.
To an extent, yeah.
So like a tree is
Sure.
real, an apple's real.
The descriptor of tree or apple.
No. The
Are-
object itself. Forget the I'm not talking about the sound. I'm not talking about the language. I'm saying the object itself, distinct from other objects.
Yep.
Okay, those are real because you're arguing they're real because they're concrete, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Does the past exist?
Well, it has to. Well, it has to exist. Yes, it does exist.
Oh, is it real, concrete?
Yeah, we can see evidence of
Nope.
Things that took place in history.
No. I'm not talking about a representation, what you're calling evidence that history happened. I'm saying that the thing called the past is not made up of material. You can't hold a thing called the past.
Which is fine. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
But the past exists.
It's a descriptor of events that took place.
Does the past exist?
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
Yeah, the history or the past happened, but but past.
What
isn't
happened?
now?
Okay, something happened, right? But that what happened isn't right now. Okay? Is that what you're saying?
There's
Okay.
a delineation of
Great.
a passage of time.
So what you're saying that the apple is real, right? Not the word, the thing, the apple, the crunchy thing that you eat. That's real, right? Okay.
Yep.
Is it true that when you observe an apple, that the time it takes for you to observe it and go through your faculties, that you're observing actually something that's past?
I mean, technically, yeah.
Okay, so technically, reality is in the past for you.
Well, it's in the past for everyone.
Okay,
Like,
so
technically,
hold on.
thing can happen.
Yeah, technically, even the past, even reality itself, the thing you're interacting that you think is concrete, technically speaking, you're actually interacting with a faithful position about your recollection of the past, right?
Wait, so
You're giving your faculties, you're putting your faith in your faculties that you're accurately depicting and interpreting moments that already happened before you actually internalize them, right?
I mean, sure.
Okay. So even according to your own system, that you even holding a purely materialistic view that only the reality is material is actually something you should move away from, because you're actually interacting with a faith-based position of your recollection and processing of the past.
I get in like Philbro land. Like, yeah, technically we don't experience anything and we don't touch.
No, I didn't say
anything.
that.
We're actually like.
I didn't say that.
Like, well, everything's in the past, or we
No.
are trusting all these things. So.
No, you're
like, yeah,
experiencing. You're experiencing something. I'm not pushing you to nihilism here. I'm pushing you to a faith-based position, which is to say that, no, you actually are interacting with regularity and coherency. You're not only putting your faith in your faculties and your sense data evaluations, but you're also putting your
through a
faith.
shared collective.
But you're putting your faith in that the regularities that you're perceiving will actually maintain tomorrow, such that you can do things like induction.
Yeah. So even if that's the case, like if we had like, 10 people were like, look at my shirt and I say, hey, I'm wearing a red shirt, and 9 other people go, actually, no, that's a blue shirt. Well, then there would be a concern that obviously my interpretation or my interaction with reality is faulty. So we rely on other people's sense data to come to a proposition of what is true and not.
Well, hold on. That might be the case, but the thing is, there's a precondition for you guys to even interpret blue and another color to begin with. That is to say, regardless of whether or not you put the frequency in the category blue or you put it in purple or something else or yellow or whatever, the reality is that there is in fact a frequency, right?
Well, a frequency is just blue. We could have called it global glorp.
I understand, but the thing that's maintaining is the frequency itself, right? There is a thing that's a phenomenon. The incorrect or correct interpretation or categorization of the phenomenon doesn't change that there's a precondition for you to even be right or wrong about something. The world has to operate in a certain way with regularity, even for us to be wrong about our descriptions, right?
But why does it have to?
Why does it have to?
Yeah, you're presupposing that it has to.
In order for us
for
us to both look at a tree, and for one of us or both of us to be wrong about the categorization of a tree, the object we're referring to, we're assuming it is static in its identity. It's not changing and morphing, right?
Well, but hold on. But now you're kind of changing positions, because before we were talking about just like the concrete descriptor or concrete tree.
Yeah.
It will exist whether humans are
yes
here or not.
That's right. Yeah. What is that, the law of identity?
But then you're saying that we have to trust with that the tree won't be tree.
Well, no, we have to trust that identities maintain over time in the most fundamental level. We have to have faith that objects maintain their identity over time in order for us to make any sense of the world. The one precondition, or among a couple of others, the precondition is that the world operates in a way that we assume is regular, such that we can ongoingly categorize things with whatever words we choose. The reality is there is a past that has to exist in a particular way for you to exist and for you to make sense of this world that's in operation. The reason this is relevant to evolution is evolution actually holds that the things that you're referring to are actually in flux, that they're changing.
Yeah, that's always changing. A tree from...
Is the truth always changing?
With our understanding.
Is that true?
And becoming more accurate.
The truth is always changing, which is a truth statement. Is that always changing?
What the definition of true is? Yeah,
no, I didn't say... No, stop. I didn't say what the definition of truth is. You made a proposition. You said the truth is always changing. That's a truth claim. Is that truth claim always changing?
I'm sure. Yeah, it can change. Yeah, our understanding and truth can change. Yeah.
The truth is always changing is a truth statement. So the truth is always changing itself isn't always true.
So was it true that the earth was flat?
Please answer the question. The truth is always changing is a statement, right? About truth.
Sure.
Is that statement of truth changing?
I mean, sure. Yeah.
So then it's not true. So then it's not true that the truth is always changing.
I mean, sure.
Sure.
If we want to get into like Philbro land, but like...
This is not Philbro, bro. This is like basic proposition.
The truth with...
Just saying Philbro is a cop-out, dude, okay? Don't be bad faith. Just engage, instead of categorizing what you think is happening, engage with the statements that you're making and their entailments. You just said the truth is always changing. If that were true, that statement wouldn't be ultimately true, right?
Sure, yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Is evolution true? Is evolution true?
True in an absolute sense? No.
Is it even in any sense? Is it true? Because if it's always changing, if the truth is always changing, it could be true today and not true tomorrow, right?
I think there's more evidence to support that it is accurate.
Evidence assumes that evidence assumes there's the truth about how to interpret evidence, which has to be also changing.
yeah, with the more information that
we can get. No, you're not understanding here, buddy. This is the end of the road. The idea of interpreting information accurately doesn't have any truth value. That could change too. This is what you call epistemic nihilism, subjectivism, relativism. It's the reason people believe in evolution is because they're already primed to believe in relativism. And this is where it leads you guys. It leads you to a position where you say the truth. Hold on.
Bad area. I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. That's I really appreciate the interaction. I think we kind of ran it through. Okay. Appreciate you. All right. That's where you get. I mean, this is where it's insanity, guys. It's like pure insanity. And it's almost like they don't even care. It's like they're just like, yeah, no, totally. No, totally. It's like that. This is where you get it. This is autonomous epistemology. That's all it is. There's only two options, guys. Theonomous epistemology, unchanging truth, rooted in a being with intentionality. The world itself and our very being is reflective of that intentionality. The ground being of all things, the grounding of all being, supersedes being, beyond being. Or there's autonomy, random interactions that procure temporary truths. Oh, it's not. Yeah, absolutely. Amen to that. That's the fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. Unbelievable. Sick. He doesn't even seem to care, though. Yeah, no, so that makes sense. Yep. I was a fit. Now, yeah, the irony, Chaw, is that now you're like, I guess I can get behind evolution. I appreciate that. It's like anytime these people are in an epistemic corner, they go, you're Philbroing me. I'm so tired of it. So tired of it. Yeah, reference. Well, actually, Dustin, that's actually consistent. Because if the physicalist view, the naturalist view was true, which is already outside of the bounds of it, references, there'd only be referent. There'd only be a referent. Because a reference, as I pushed them on like concepts or evaluations or experiences, they have to be then reduced to physical events, which would be referent. I don't know why they made those words so close together. That's annoying. Fills your soul. Thank you. Appreciate it. 6 more. Speaking of, if you like the conversation, like my tax system, would you? It's just amazing how many people are totally okay with pure epistemic nihilism, like complete contradictions. They're just like, yeah? What's the problem, bro? Yeah? So? Yeah, so I can't have knowledge, yeah? The clippable part, I think, was the part where for the Evo proponent who says their brain incidentally does typically what it does, and for the conclusions from those collection of brains to say they're true, they're only typically held as true. But if suddenly you reverse the majority and they held a belief that was completely false about everything, and there was a minority that held a contrary belief, they would have to say your brain is broken. And guess what? Guess what we see today, guys? We see a world that holds this evolutionary view, this nominalist view, this relativistic view, and they say you're the crazy one for not holding that men can have babies, or that your son can be chopped at the weenus and become a girl. People can be dogs. They're like, you're crazy. You're crazy. They're basically saying you're not holding the typical view. which they're still wrong about. But even if it was the majority view, which it could be in some cases, that guy admitted he doesn't have any reason to believe one way of the brain operating is functional or dysfunctional. There's no standard. This is what was presented against Not a Professor Dave that my audience and smarter ilk got, but they still don't get it. Giovanni says, how do they not understand this concept? It's simple. If everyone is blind and guessing it's a different animal, but it's an elephant, then who knows it's an elephant? The proposer. Yeah, and there's ultimately a push to a greater knower. That for things to even have identity over time, there would be a knower of that. There would be a knower of that fact, of that reality. Yeah, they deny their personhood. Yeah, they deny everything. They deny knowledge. Then the part with the concreteness, especially, you can use this argument against the people, which I never actually used before, which is the processing gap between the hard reality and our perception of hard reality. Some people who are like anti-theists try to use this to argue relativism, but it's got a problem because you couldn't argue relativism is true from relativism. So that's a problem, logical problem. The other problem is, if you're holding a physicalist view, it never occurred to me until this conversation that even the physicalist who's assuming that there's these objects out in space that are physical and that's what exists, they're actually interacting with a delayed version of that. It has to go through a system. So they don't even believe that. He sounded like the guy that Jay debated on the other night who kept answering my reason. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the taxes, guys. Appreciate it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Insane. Nutty. 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 Hey, guys, I have a cool riff that I've been working on. See if I can find this. Here, let me see if I can find this. It's just a little riff, but it hits pretty hard. Hold on, let me see. Media 3. Okay. Check this out, yo. Check how hard this hits. Whoopsh. Dude, I'm a cowboy. I'm literally a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. Hey, thank you for that. I need a whip. Is that how I get away with having a whip? No. You guys got me wrong. I'm a cowboy. Oh, why do you have a whip? I heard your comments about George Floyd. What? No, I'm a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. I just realized I'm a cowboy. Oh my gosh. This all makes sense. How dare you? No, that's a cowman. I'm a cowboy. Doesn't that sound nice though? All right. It's 3:14. It's time to go. Another big congrats to Jay for making it up the ranks. It's about time. It's about damn time. You know what? I'm gonna try to do this. Only because I need to practice. It's hard, dude. Looping on this station is hard. Okay. I'm a rodeo clown. I'm a little behind. Hold on a second. It's hard, man. I'm telling you, it's hard. It ain't no joke. What? There it is. Still behind though. See, it's drifting. It's drifting. Told you, dude. That's why I practice.
Wow!
All right, y'all. Get your last goodbyes in chat form. I'm a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. All right, y'all. Say your prayers for Meg Bob. She's recovering pretty good. She really appreciates all your kind words and prayers.
Adios, muchachos. Oh, ah, 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 ah. Oh, oh, ah, 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 ah. Ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah. Ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah. Ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah. Ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah. Nasty. Ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah.
That's just nasty. God bless y'all.
Ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.